Get the answer to that trivia question at the end of this introduction. Under public business, the state of the constituency debate continues with Member of Parliament for Kingston Central, Mr. Donovan Williams, Member of Parliament for St. James Eastern, Dr. Michelle Charles, and Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Mr. Delroy Slowley. The idea behind the state of the constituency debate is that members of Parliament would be given the opportunity not only to tell the story of their performance in their constituencies, but also get support from the Ministry of Finance to implement projects. According to the Standing Order Committee, this debate should take place in the third quarter of the year, prior to the budget call. It was also agreed that the debate should be concluded within the period of 6 weeks, from September to the end of October. The constituency debate should help to improve constituents' awareness of specific MPs, their policies, and general activities happening that directly and indirectly affects them and their community. These debates can play an important role in aiding the deliberation of voters and consequently strengthening the democratic process. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules you should keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the Parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question we asked. True or false? The office of the Leader of the Opposition is established in the Constitution. It's true. In fact, the Leader of the Opposition must be consulted on a number of important matters, such as the appointments of the Chief Justice, the President of the Court of Appeal, and the members of the Services Commissions. The Governor-General appoints as Leader of the Opposition the member of the House of Representatives who can command the support of a majority of those who do not support the government. This is normally the leader of the minority party in the House. Now over to the proceedings.
I think there will be a statement from Minister Grange, but we will suspend, and could we suspend the agenda and go straight to public business, Madam Speaker?
Members, the question before the House is that the items on the agenda be suspended to allow us to move straight to public business and the continuation of the debate, state of the constituency debate. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, there will be 3 presentations today from member from Kingston Central, the member from St. Thomas Eastern, and the member from St. Elizabeth North Eastern. Madam Speaker, I now ask that Standing Order 32C3 be suspended to enable the members making their contributions during the debate on this motion to continue their speeches for 30 minutes, notwithstanding the time limit on speeches.
Members, the question before us as members of the House is that the Standing Orders 32C3 be suspended to enable members making their contributions during this debate on this motion to continue their speeches for 30 minutes, notwithstanding the time limit on speeches in our standing orders. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, again I'm inquiring. These presentations, most of them are quite well researched, well done, and I'm asking, the people's representatives are here to plead their case for support in the budget. The budget is developed by the Ministry of Finance. Why is such disdain, that's how I put it, shown to the people's representatives by the Ministry of Finance not being present? I insist that the aim, I'm so happy that tomorrow the Standing Orders Committee is meeting, but these debates were developed on certain basis that they influence the national budget. And I would expect, well, yes, that is the reason for why it was instituted. It was instituted.
I must at least be able to hear what the leader of opposition business is saying, and then we can all have an opportunity to respond. And I ask us all to remember that when we are sitting, the young people, the children that we are urging for discipline are watching us. Just allow him to make his contribution and to state his thing, and there will be a response. There will be. Please.
Yes, and I will be a scratch record in this regard. Madam Speaker, I was there. We had a Standing Orders Committee, and we decided that the work of the Standing Finance Committee was really meaningless, and that representatives need to be able to influence line item on the budget, and that these debates were developed to enable that to be done. So it is good to come and report, and I think the speeches have been well, but in the end, you must be putting forward certain proposals for funding. And if the ministry that is responsible for funding is not present, then I believe, Madam Speaker, that what we're doing inside is really just chatting, and it is disrespectful to us who represent people, and every one of us inside here is equal. I think it's a shame that these debates have been conducted without the requisite support from the Ministry of Finance.
No, Madam Speaker, I understand the concern of the leader of opposition business. But it must be clear to you, member, that ministers are aware, admittedly, but ministers put in their budget some of the requests that frequently have been raised by members of Parliament. One second. The Minister of Finance...
In the same manner that I asked members to allow the leader of opposition business to speak, I expect that the leader of government business will be given an opportunity to be heard.
The Minister of Finance is not in Ireland today. He's another very important national business. But you can be assured that the Minister of Finance is aware of the presentations. I saw a report in the papers this morning that he's considering increasing the CDF because of the request of the members. Virtually all the members have been asking for an increase in the CDF. And he says, based on the requests of the members, he's considering it. So you can see that the Minister of Finance is aware of all of these things that is happening. He gets all these speeches. Believe me, I can assure you, member, leader of opposition business, that these important issues that are made by MPs on both sides, that ministers are aware, and you know from where I sit sometimes, it is raised by the PM or others to look at in next year's budget. So it doesn't pass by just for the sake of debate. Believe me, ministers, Minister of Finance, take them into consideration. Okay?
Madam Speaker, might I be allowed to speak from a seat that is not mine? Yes. Madam Speaker, let me once again thank the people of Central Kingston for the overwhelming message they sent on September 3, 2020, by electing me to represent them in this honorable House. After decades of poor representation, the people of Central Kingston on September 3, 2020 sent a strong message. What was that message, Madam Speaker? I want to borrow a phrase from my colleague from Northeast St. Catherine. After 40 years, time come and gone for poor representation. And I also want to borrow a phrase from my colleague from East Portland, as she puts it, extra time for good representation. Madam Speaker, it is important that I recognize the constituency executive, my councillor, Ms. Rosalie Hamilton, caretaker Andre Ellis, and my hardworking constituency secretary, Ms. Barrett, who have been putting in the work to ensure that we continue to provide good representation. Madam Speaker, I wish to provide this honorable House with an update on the progress we have made since my presentation last year. Before I do so, however, I think it is fair to say, having listened to the contributions to the debate so far, that it is a consensus of this House that the Constituency Development Fund allocation warrants an increase. I too wish to lend my voice in support of that call, and I am pleased to hear the announcement by the leader, by the member from Northeast St. Andrew, announced a short while ago that the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Finance, is seriously considering it. Madam Speaker, the member from East Portland, during her presentation, in a profound way, highlighted the negative effects of the inflation index and its impact over time on the current allocation. The member from St. Mary Western, in lauding the program, reminded the House that it was conceived and implemented under a JLP-led government, but that due to austerity measures, the allocation was reduced. He too has called for an increase. One of the original objectives of the fund, Madam Speaker, was to make MPs more effective in responding to the social and infrastructure needs of their constituencies. It is therefore clear that to achieve this objective, an increase in keeping with the inflation index is necessary. And I would borrow a phrase from my colleague, absolutely necessary. This will enable us to adequately, Madam Speaker, address the issues that matter to the people. I am aware, and I'm sure my colleagues are also aware, of the fact that we had had a serious economic fallout due to the pandemic, and that has now been compounded by the effects of the war in Ukraine. Our Honourable Minister of Finance is also in the process of finalizing the public sector compensation salary review process, which itself is a mammoth undertaking. Yeah. But I am still hopeful that somewhere in the mix, the issue of the CDF allocation will be addressed. Madam Speaker, Central Kingston, given its population density, and its, you know, Madam Speaker, there has been, I've sat and listened to the debates, and I will indicate that there seems to be a case being made by our rural colleagues for more allocation, Madam Speaker. And the rationale is that there are distinctive features between rural and urban constituencies. Some MPs have indicated or made the case that by virtue of their size and their topography and the number of divisions, that they should be allocated more funding. No, Madam Speaker.
Listen. You just come back, listen. Yes, content.
Madam Speaker, I recall the member from Southeast St. Mary. He makes a case for more allocation for roads. My colleague from East Portland, she makes a case for more allocation for roads, but she added water to the mix. And I've heard from time to time my colleague on the opposite side, I think it's from Northwest Manchester, he makes a case for more allocation for debushing because he maintains that, you know, he has a serious overgrowth problem when compared to other constituencies. I've also heard the case, some MPs make the case for more farming allocation, more allocation for farm roads. No, Madam Speaker, I can safely say, and I think I can argue, that Central Kingston, given its population density, its low per capita income levels, poor state of housing, derelict infrastructure, coupled with the scourge of crime and violence, all of which I inherited, it merits an increased allocation as well to tackle these socially crippling problems. So, based on my assessment of the needs, I want to make the case, for example, for more housing assistance, more zinc fence removal programs, increased garbage collection, and more economic enablement support. What is clear to us from the debates, Madam Speaker, is that each constituency has its peculiar challenges. And the case can be made for budgetary allocation to be given to each based on its distinctive features and its inherent challenges. So I'm not inciting a rural-urban war between constituencies, but this approach, in my view, does not run counter to the principle of the equality of Parliament. You know, there's a prevailing view that we're all elected on equal footing and that allocations must be made across the board equally. Madam Speaker, while I respect that view, equality is not always equity. There's a difference. The challenges facing urban and rural constituencies, though they may overlap at some point, do vary in nature and scope. A physician cannot treat or apply the same procedure to a brain tumor patient as with a patient who suffered a fractured leg. They are both ill, but with different illness, which require different procedures, albeit to achieve the same result, which is overall good health. Yes, there might be overlaps in the treatment, as both might experience pain, and perhaps the same painkiller might be prescribed to ease the pain. But entirely different medical procedures may apply to achieve the overall objective. And I say that to say, for example, I may not need 1,000 bags of fertilizers in Central Kingston for obvious reasons, but I might need 1,000 bags of cement. So as not to offend the principle of equality and to achieve equity across constituencies, perhaps members of Parliament, in collaboration with agencies such as the Social Development Commission, the Office of the Constituency Development Fund, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, the relevant municipal authorities, and the various constituency stakeholder groups should create a profile of each constituency, highlighting and ranking in order of priority its more pressing issues, and financial allocations be made accordingly through the relevant state agencies, ministries, and departments. Madam Speaker, I must at this juncture applaud the Most Honourable Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness and his team at the Ministry of the Economic Growth and Job Creation for the new social housing program. It is having a significant impact on the lives of my constituents, many of whom, given their circumstances in life, would find it difficult to afford a new house without some assistance. Some lost their homes through fire, some may have deteriorated over time, some are the victims of, general fair wear and tear elements of nature, and given their age and other socio-economic factors, it will be difficult for these residents to bounce back on their own. Many would have been subjected to substandard living conditions for the rest of their lives. I wish also to thank Minister of Local Government and his team from the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation for the role they are playing in the social housing program. Madam Speaker, last week we presented keys to 2 families in the Parade Gardens community. Four more are currently under construction.
Not just one, right?
Another 10.
You hear that?
Don't get jealous. Another 10 are before the relevant committee for approval. 6 of which have been approved, 3 under the Ministry of Local Government, and another 3 under the whole program. And I am confident the other 4 are also good candidates and will be approved in due time. Madam Speaker, in addition to the single-family homes, 2 multi-family solutions have also been approved under the Prime Minister's social housing program. One in the Kingston Gardens area to assist 8 households that lost their homes through fire.
You don't apply.
And another located at 59 Hanover Street for 13 families who have been living in substandard conditions for years. Both multifamily solutions are at the design stage, and we have also identified several others that will be submitted for approval very soon. Madam Speaker, if you do the math, taking into consideration the houses already built, the ones under construction, the ones approved, including the multifamily solutions, 33 households in Central Kingston will be thanking the most honorable Prime Minister for a proper roof over their heads. Now, Madam Speaker, if you assume... Hold on. Madam Speaker, if you assume on average, let's assume that each household... All 63
got 5. All 63 got 5. All 63 got 5. All 63 got 5.
Some of them don't apply.
And all the approve the fall. Approve the fall. Capture land tool. All 63 got 5. Go and look about yours.
Madam,
got 5.
no, Madam Speaker. No. No, Madam Speaker.
The Prime Minister was in Brownburg.
No, Madam Speaker, if you assume...
Let the people of Jamaica know that all 63 got 5.
Madam Speaker. If you assume, Madam Speaker, on average, if you assume on average, Madam Speaker, that each...
When they try hard, we don't get the extra time, but they right already.
That if we assume, Madam Speaker, that each household conservatively is made up of 3 persons, and I say conservatively, and we continue to do the math, and we continue to do the math, approximately 100 lives will be impacted.
Yes.
100!
Transformational.
So, Madam Speaker, when they say my Prime Minister give out one dege house, it seems someone needs to go back to maths class. Madam Speaker, the social housing program is not to the exclusion of other housing programs, because under our Prime Minister we will be building almost 70,000 houses. Madam Speaker, a lot of the Madam Speaker, a lot of these persons who we assist. Madam Speaker, a lot of these persons who get assistance through the social housing program, some of them, Madam Speaker, they have their title. Yes. Yes. They have their title. Title, land tenure, the right of possession. So they have the right to possession, they have the title. Who don't have the title? Sometimes, Madam Speaker, their relatives are the owners, and their relatives give them a deed of gift. Yes. So there's a right way to do the thing. A deed of what? Gift. Yes. So what happened, Madam Speaker? Why I regard this program as very important and a good program. Some of these people, they don't necessarily want to move because they already own the land. They don't necessarily want to move to a housing scheme or some alternative housing development. So the social housing program taps into that kind of market. Explain to them, my brother. Because they have already been attached to the neighborhood. They own the land. They know their neighbors good. They really don't want to move away. So this program is very critical. I really love it. It's a wonderful program. What has never happened in 40 years in Central Kingston has happened in 2. In my maiden presentation, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the Fleet Street housing scheme upgrade. That housing scheme was built in the 1980s, but had deteriorated and allowed to run down over the years. Now, this is where our Prime Minister, again, Madam Speaker, is a visionary. Because under his leadership, the first 100 housing schemes built by the NHT are now experiencing upgrading. We have a leader who a man who is serious about housing, Madam Speaker. Not only is he building new houses, he's upgrading the old ones. He's a builder. Builder. Best Prime Minister. Best Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, that housing scheme, most persons are familiar with the scheme. It's popularly called SITE. When you're entering around Flag Circle, South Camp Road, Fleet Street and Barry Street, there's that building there. It's an eyesore. Successive MPs have turned a blind eye to it. This MP has not. And so I'm pleased to announce that the procurement process has now been completed and the work will commence as early as next week. Next week. So the work will commence with waterproofing and painting. Thereafter, they're going to be paving the roads, the parking areas, and the erection of new entrance gates. With technical support from the KSAMC, we have installed a garbage bin there. A new skip has been constructed. And, Madam Speaker, this has improved the garbage disposal practice there. In my presentation last year also, Madam Speaker, what time is it? I indicated that land tenure posed a problem in Central Kingston. Yes. It posed a problem to the improvement of housing infrastructure in the constituency. Many persons live on these properties. Some of them live on the properties for decades without title. So we have the titled and we have the untitled. But there is a proper and a legal way to do things. And I am pleased to announce that the Land Adjudication Services Committee, through the NLA, have now completed, they have now set up the adjudication committee. The members have completed their training and are now poised to begin hearing applications for titles in Central Kingston. The mandate of the committee, Madam Speaker, the Adjudication Services Committee, the mandate is to assist landowners who have been in open, undisturbed, undisputed possession of their land for 12 years or more, so that they can claim ownership of such land via the systematic registration of land using the adjudication process. Madam Speaker, this is welcome news for Parade Gardens, Rose Gardens, and the Raytown communities. It means we will now be able to help more persons under the new social housing program, which requires land tenure as a condition precedent for approval. We have already submitted applications and are assisting many others in putting together their relevant documentation for submission. Madam Speaker, crime and violence continue to plague us in Central Kingston. To a great extent, Madam Speaker, the introduction of the Zozo in Parade Gardens has put a lid on the crime rate there, and I am happy to announce that while we have had our occasional flare-ups in that space, we have not had any shootings or murders since the introduction in January of this year. So the Parade Gardens era, Madam Speaker, we have not had any shootings and we have not had any murders in the zone. Madam Speaker, we look forward to the build phase. My understanding is that the Social Intervention Committee will be meeting shortly.
Angela, we had a wonderful time last week. Don't mash it up. Don't mash it up.
Yes, so Madam Speaker. Angela, how much money do you buy? I get back from my time. Madam Speaker, the Rose Gardens area, popularly known as spoilers, continues to be a major concern. We have had several shootings in that area. We are asking that priority attention be given to that area, and if possible, the extension of the Zozo there. It's a relatively small area, but it would appear that there is a bit of gang feud in the space, and unless the security forces take full control of it, it will continue unabated. The law-abiding citizens of spoilers, Rose Gardens, I'm just saying that so we can identify, because some of us call it by that name, need to be able to live in their community in peace. They are looking to their representatives and the police to work with them to restore order to their space, and we cannot fail them. Almontown has been pretty quiet. That community, Madam Speaker, Almontown has been pretty quiet. And I must commend the commanding officer, Superintendent Beresford Williams, and his team for the good work being done there.
No,
however, we have a serious issue
on both sides of the aisle. On both sides of the aisle. I'm looking on my left and I'm looking on my right. I really cannot hear our colleague.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, while the Almontown area community is quiet, relatively quiet, we do have a little problem there with car stealing. There's a ring operating there, and I'm asking the police to look into that matter and break up that ring. We have not been spared sporadic flare-ups on the eastern side of the constituency, because, we bother on the eastern side with my good friend there from East Kingston and Port Royal. But I must say that the Eastern Kingston Police Division has been proactive in keeping the violence from raising its ugly head again, under the strong leadership of Superintendent Tommy Lee Chambers. We must continue to support the police in their effort to bring the constituency under control. Madam Speaker, there was a particular eyesore in the Campbelltown community that troubled me in the early days of my political campaign. Campbelltown is on the side of Sabina Park, along South Camp. adjacent to South Camp Road, going down to Sabina Park. Madam Speaker, early in my days campaigning, I witnessed persons washing and taking a bath on the side of the road, where there was what I would call a standpipe. Now, Madam Speaker, I promised the residents and gave an assurance that if elected, I would remedy that untenable situation. Right. This is modern times. These are modern times. We can't have people washing and bathing on the roadside, Madam Speaker. So when I saw it, I was taken aback.
40 years.
When I made that promise to the lady, one resident came to me and said, "You just a talk because you want me vote. You think I like a promise we get?"
From
my predecessors.
Oh. That's 40 years of promise.
You know, Madam Speaker, today, I am pleased to announce that promise made, promise kept. With the help of the Tourism Product Development Company, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, and the Constituency Development Fund, we have erected new modern bathroom facilities and laundry area for the residents. Transformational. But we didn't, Madam Speaker, we didn't stop there. With support from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, we also eliminated the zinc fences that characterized the neighborhood. So in other words, Madam Speaker, they got a little brighter. We will have our official opening ceremony sometime this month. Madam Speaker, we have upgraded our road network. We still have a little way to go. We want to thank the KSMC, and we want to thank the Honourable Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility for works. We have upgraded roads in Franklin Town. We have upgraded roads in the Ray Town community, Alman Town, Parade Gardens, Rose Gardens. In fact, across the entire constituency. And we are running down our member from Central Manchester. You know, she's the queen of roads, but soon we'll be there with her. Madam Speaker, Central Kingston is a cleaner place today. Yes. We have made significant strides. We have curtailed the improper disposal of our solid waste. We have beautified and painted murals to deter illegal dumping at these sites. And my colleagues here, when they drive through South Camp Road and East Queen Street, you will see the improvement. Yes. You will see. It is obvious. Madam Speaker, we still have some work to do, and I must commend the NSWMA for being responsive to our pleas. We have seen some improvement, but we still have a way to go. I trust that a couple of the new trucks acquired by the Honourable Minister of Local Government will be deployed to Central Kingston. Madam Speaker, in terms of education, the school year commenced pretty smoothly in Central Kingston. However, we still grapple with the issue of student conflicts. I wish to extend at this juncture my condolences to both families involved in the incident that occurred at the Kingston Technical High School, and more so the family of the deceased child. I visited the school the day after the incident, Madam Speaker, and it was a sad time. The Honourable Minister of Education also visited, and I am satisfied that both the pardon me? We have some coming. We have gotten one. I spoke about it the last time. I am satisfied that both the Ministry of Education, Youth and Culture and the school administration have provided the necessary grief counselling. Kingston Technical has been in existence for over 126 years, and it continues to provide quality education for our children. We must preserve discipline in that school, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the upgrading of the Raytown Sports and Recreation Centre have commenced thanks to SDF, Sports Development Foundation. I spoke about it last year, and I'm pleased to advise that the basketball and netball court and the fencing of the property have now been completed. We have secured to date half of the funding to complete phase 2, which comprises the installation of a walking trail and an AstroTurf scrimmage football field. We continue to seek out entities, whether corporate or government, to assist us in completing this project.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to continue his speech to its conclusion, notwithstanding the time limit on speeches.
Members, the question before the House is that the member be allowed to complete his presentation to its conclusion. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? And members, he's doing an excellent presentation, and I know you want to support him. However, the behavior is not good. It's very distracting, and if you have persons who are joining us online, if I can't hear some of what they say, they are not going to hear either. So you can clap and so, but I'm asking you please to remember there's a certain decorum that we ought to have in Parliament. And I'm going to ask you to observe that. Please. Yes. Please. Yes. Thank you.
Indeed obliged to you, Madam Speaker, and the members of the House for permitting me continue. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, we continue to upgrade our infrastructure, our roads, our drains. Madam Speaker, as we speak, we have submitted 7 applications for zinc fence removals, and these are at locations that are critical to the ambience of the constituency and of the constituency. And Madam Speaker, I can indicate to you that Central Kingston is on the path to prosperity. In concluding, Madam Speaker, it is time for us to continue the good representation in Central Kingston. Gone are the days of no growth or development in Central Kingston. We have stemmed the tide of deterioration. Time come and gone for rundown buildings. Time come and gone for poor housing infrastructure. Time come and gone for bad roads. Madam Speaker, time come and gone for black drains. Time come and gone for high unemployment. Time come and gone for political tribalism. The time has come for good and effective representation, and that is what I bring to Central Kingston.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member from Central Kingston, from Kingston Central, for his spirited presentation. And I now ask you to invite MP Delroy Slowley, Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth Northeast, to make his presentation.
I too want to... Go ahead.
Where's Basil Wait?
Still in waiting. Madam Speaker.
Where's Basil Wait?
Madam Speaker, I request that I speak from a desk other than mine. Madam Speaker, it is with great honor and pride that I rise to make my second contribution to the state of the constituency debate as a member of Parliament of St. Elizabeth, Northeastern. For my heading today, it is Operation Transformation, St. Elizabeth, Northeastern. I want to first and foremost give thanks to our Heavenly Father, who continues to give me strength, wisdom, and good health to carry out my mandate as a servant of the people. Proverbs 29, verse 18, in the good book reminds us that without vision, the people perish. And as such, Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the prayer warriors across the nation who has been interceding on our behalf. That's right. And I ask that they continue to pray for our leaders. Because it is not of our own strength primarily. It is not of our own intellectual abilities that we have made it thus far as a country, but by God's grace and His mercies. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my supportive family who has been there with me from the inception. And I'd like to say special thanks, Madam Speaker, to the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister and Party Leader, for his belief and support in me. Even when all odds were against me, it was a pillar of strength, believing that I would have come through. I also want to recognize him for his astute and visionary leadership, and also for his steady hands, especially in these tumultuous times. I wish to acknowledge the Clerk to the House of Parliament, Ms. Valerie Curtis, and her team for doing a fine job. My hard-working administrative staff at the Constituency Office, and they're here with me, Mr. Jones, Ms. Burton, a smile, members of my management team, and Constituency Executive Sitting Councillor Christopher Williams, councillors in waiting Valdino Pengs, Kirkwood Rodney, and Mr. James Mitchell. I also want to acknowledge the workers of the Jamaica Labour Party and the supporters from my community in which I reside, Leeds and Seven Corners, and even more so, the voters of St. Elizabeth Northeastern, who on September 3rd, 2020, a very historical date that we will never forget, made it clear that it is better to move slowly than stand up and wait. Madam Speaker, as I move into the matters influencing the state of affairs within my constituency, I'd like to remind this honorable House that it has not been easy because of 31 years of near neglect, and though we have been able to accomplish a large amount of work in the past 2 years, there is so much more to be done. Madam Speaker, as it comes to the point of the CDF, the Constituency Development Fund, I know that good news is in the air, but I also would like to give my 2 cents to this conversation. Yep. And so I'd like to join the other members, my other colleagues, in calling for the CDF to be increased so that we can better serve our constituencies. Madam Speaker, when you have a constituency as large as ours, having close to 35,000 registered voters, 20 million is just a drop in the bucket. If we should do the math, $20 million divided by 35,000 voters gives us what? $571 for each constituent for the year. If you should divide that by 365, that's $1.56 per day for each constituent. And if you should take away inflation, today you're looking at about 15 cents per constituent. Madam Speaker, 15 cents can't bury the dead. 15 cents can't send picnic to school. 15 cents can't fix and build houses, can't repair roadways, can't pay doctor bill, can't buy fertilizers or a few chicken for the farmers. We have over 1,000 requests that are in the office, and we cannot assist because funding is inadequate. All matters considered, Madam Speaker, I join the team in asking for a more practical amount be given for us to serve our constituents. As we move into the matter of education, Madam Speaker, it is said that education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it. And on that note, for this financial year, Madam Speaker, $5 million was allocated from the CDF towards education. And I also would like to thank our Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Nigel Clark, for the additional $3 million that was made available to all 63 members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, as it relates to the PEP program, never before has the constituency of St. Elizabeth Northeastern seen an award ceremony of this magnitude, where the top performers in the primary exit profile examinations for this year were awarded for their hard work, and the teachers recognized and awarded for their resilience and dedication in working with these students. Students were awarded with certificates, trophies, and grants ranging from $10,000 to $45,000. Madam Speaker, a total of approximately $1 million was spent to make this event a success that it was. And we intend to continue along this path, as this medium provides a means of encouragement to both students and teachers to push beyond all odds and ensure that a greater standard is achieved. Madam Speaker, 160 students received tablets from the CDF and Own Your Own Device program through the Ministry of Finance, which amounted to $4.5 million in total. Madam Speaker, from the $8 million that was allocated for education, $6.1 million has already been spent towards tuition, textbooks, uniforms, and contribution fees. $1.9 million is now pending disbursement towards tertiary tuition fees. Training of our youth towards empowerment is extremely important, Madam Speaker. In my last debate to this Honourable House, I had indicated that preliminary discussions have started for the establishment of a post-secondary institution that will focus primarily on vocational training and certification in agriculture, heavy-duty equipment, and articulated tractor-trailer training. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that plans are well in advance with the Heart Trust NTA, who has indicated their willingness to start. And Madam Speaker, I personally will be offering through my company assistance with the necessary equipment needed to see this through. roller is available, backhoe is available, forklifts are available, and I've met with other private stakeholders who are willing to allow for the excavators and other machineries to be available in the training of these young people. Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the Keneal Farquharson Training Institute, which in collaboration with the Office of the Member of Parliament has been training and fostering young minds in becoming better contributors to society. The Institute commenced training on October 12, 2020, and to date has trained over 500 young men and women who have been placed into jobs both locally and internationally. Madam Speaker.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, of this amount, 90% of these students, 90% have been employed in various security companies. The Institute currently offers training in private security, supervisory management, and customer service. Madam Speaker, it is our hope that in the near future, this institution will be able to be equipped to offer more programs as we strive to uplift and empower the youth of northeastern St. Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention and to acknowledge our hard-working, dedicated and transformational Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, for having facilitated the recruitment drive, which had 150 of our youths from our constituency being interviewed for placement on the Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, most of whom were successful and are awaiting processing. 150 interviewed. Thank you. I am extremely grateful.
Excuse me. You have to address whatever you're saying to me. You can't have a conversation.
Madam Speaker, please express thanks to her for me. Thank you. Please express thanks for me, Madam Speaker, to her, to the member.
Don't be distracted, Speaker. Just look and address.
Madam Speaker, I am extremely grateful for the farm work program. There is absolutely no doubt that the constituents of northeastern St. Elizabeth has, our constituency and Jamaica at large are grateful for this opportunity that the farm program provides for them and their families. That's right. This program is a major contributor of foreign exchange, employment to our economy, and we should seek, Madam Speaker, to preserve such an opportunity. In recent times, the program has been in the spotlight nationally as a result of alleged substandard working conditions. This has led to the Cabinet sending a fact-finding team to conduct investigations on working conditions on the farm work program. This, Madam Speaker, I fully endorse, as the well-being of our people is of paramount importance. On the other hand, on the other side, we must also continue to ensure that the quality of workers continues to be of a certain standard. Madam Speaker, in order to achieve this, I am proposing that we host a mandatory orientation seminars for persons that are interested in the program. That this will lead to certification so as to allow a more effective selection process and to sensitize the candidates on matters such as conflict resolution, proper communication skills, pesticide usage, and crop management. Madam Speaker, I am recommending a partnership between these agencies, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, the Heart Trust NTA, RADA, and JAS to assist with this process, Madam Speaker. This program is too valuable to Jamaican people for us to trifle with it. And so we have to ensure that we have to continue to ensure that the best of persons are continued to be sent on this program to be ambassadors, Madam Speaker.
That's correct.
This sensitization program will give further clarity on expectations on both sides and enable an adequate pool of persons available at any time for selection, Madam Speaker. Waste management has been a real challenge in my constituency, Madam Speaker. It is no secret that the collection of garbage is a serious challenge that we face. I must, however, acknowledge the hard work that the NSAA is doing and commend the government on the 50 trucks that have been sourced and they're on their way as I speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through the Constituency Development Fund, we will seek to build and install 20 garbage skips throughout the 4 divisions in critical areas, costing $1 million to aid in waste management. Also, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to advise this House that through private partnership with the business community, we have sourced a garbage truck compactor which will further assist with garbage collection in my constituency. This initiative will be totally free of cost to the residents, Madam Speaker. All they have to do is to call my office if there is a need and if there's a build-up in their particular community. All that it takes, Madam Speaker. Cost-free. Together, we will make Santa Cruz the cleanest town center in Jamaica. We are aware that that title presently exists somewhere else, but we are coming after that title. And we intend to make St. Elizabeth Northeastern clean and green, Madam Speaker. Surely but aye. Madam Speaker, drain cleaning is a critical factor in maintaining roads and alleviating flooding. From the allocation made to each constituency in December 2021, $2 million was spent to assist with drain cleaning. Leading up to the hurricane season, there was an additional $1 million that was allocated toward the cleaning of drains, and we were able to facilitate the cleaning of drains in the flood-prone Balaclava Town Center. Madam Speaker, in 2017, the town was flooded to the point where businesses lost millions. And the former member of parliament in a radio interview said, I quote, "What they will be doing is cleaning the drains, and my understanding is that not very much can be done." Fast forward to now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fast forward to now with the present member of parliament, Delroy Slowley, aka the action man. He was on a radio interview being asked, how did you do it? What was he being asked? How did you manage to ensure that the Balaclava Town Center was flood-free, Madam Speaker? In other words, what was considered not doable for the past decades under the previous members of parliament and confirmed by the last MP on the radio interview has been done. Madam Speaker, we did an extensive cleaning of the lateral underground drainage system. The residents and business community have expressed their gratitude as the work done on those major drains resulted in the town center not being flooded during the recent heavy rains. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge the work that was done by the ground team and to commend the council caretaker for the Balaclava division, Mr. James Mitchell, for the supervisory role he played in that effort. Madam Speaker, if it's one free gift that I received since coming into politics, Madam Speaker, is this: the Balaclava Town Centre be free from flooding. In spite of the past few weeks of rain, heavy rains that we've had. Madam Speaker, in 2011, the town of Santa Cruz had a comprehensive drainage plan and was in the top 3 at the time to be addressed. But by 2012, 1 year later, Madam Speaker, with a change of government, it moved up to 13. From 3 to 13 within 1 year. Yep. But I am happy that the Prime Minister in his 2022-2023 budget presentation announced that Santa Cruz Town was one of the towns identified where drainage improvement will be done. Madam Speaker, some drains in this constituency, unfortunately, have not been cleaned for near 15 years, Madam Speaker. 15 years, resulting in the breeding of fishes in some of these drains. And Madam Speaker, some of these drains that I speak about are located in the Silo division. Living testimonies to this fact, Madam Speaker. In my last State of the Constituency presentation, I'd mentioned the approval of 5 roadways that should have been completely rehabilitated. I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to report to this Honourable House that the Pepper Church Road has been Barber Green, costing approximately $20 million. The Gostown, yes, Madam Speaker, the Gostown roadway has been fully carpeted, costing $20 million. Madam Speaker, I remember going into that community of Gostown when I won. And I promised Miss Cherry, a little lady, I said, we're going to give you nice Barber Green Road. And she did not believe, Madam Speaker. When the mall was spread, she still didn't believe that was going to happen. When the tractors came in, she still didn't believe that was going to happen. And when the Barber Green finally came and was being laid, she said, Mr. Slowley, now I believe you. MP, now I believe you. Seeing is believing, Madam Speaker. The Brighton Road has also been fully Barber Green, costing approximately $20 million, Madam Speaker. Brighton Road, Madam Speaker. I would like to express thanks to the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Honourable Everett Warmington, for his unwavering support to the constituency of Northeastern St. Elizabeth. On the matter of farm roads, Madam Speaker, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the constituency benefited from 2 farm roads, namely Content in the Santa Cruz Division and Phase 1 of the Long Hill Road in the Braze River Division. Yes, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I would also want to thank our Agricultural Minister, Honourable Pernell Charles Jr., because what has happened, Madam Speaker, since we have done the first phase of Long Hill, talking about doing the second phase, the councillor has gotten jealous, and the funds that the Honourable Minister Desmond McKenzie has allocated to the parish council, to that councillor, he is now getting jealous and he's going to do the second phase of Long Hill Road. So I just want to express my thanks and gratitude. Madam Speaker, we were able to patch a few of our roads in the constituency within the last year. Roads such as Park Mountain, Madam Speaker, Waterloo, Mountain Valley, Pepper Pump House Road, Santa Cruz Bypass, Santa Cruz Bypass, Coke Drive, Institution Drive, Cogletown Road, Madam Speaker, Thornton, Williams, Mount Pleasant, Merribb, just to name a few of the roads, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as our Grammy-winning reggae artist Coffee said, gratitude is a must. Again, Madam Speaker, the people of St. Elizabeth Northeastern, thanks to Jamaica Labour Party government, led by our visionary Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, for the work that is being done and for everything we have been able to accomplish thus far.
Well done, well done.
Even though we have been able to fix these roads, the constituency still faces major challenges as it relates to roads, Madam Speaker. As you can imagine, Madam Speaker, after 31 years of near neglect, misrepresentation and non-performance, there is much to be done. It would have been impossible, Madam Speaker, to list all the bad roads within the constituency. But I will name a few. Madam Speaker, Savannah Road, Savannah Road, Santa Cruz to Leeds, Madam Speaker, Burnt Ground, Abrahams, Mitcham Road, Taunton, Aberdeen, Marlborough, Silver Heights, Content are just a few of those roads that I have to be contending with, Madam Speaker. But I'm pleased to report that after speaking, yes, help is on the way, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to report that after speaking with Minister Warmington about the Santa Cruz to Leeds and Burnt Savannah roads. Madam Speaker, I was talking to a young man. Just Saturday, we had a football game on Sunday. And he said that he had to park his car. He drives on the Leeds to Santa Cruz Road. And he was giving me the example that he felt like Jack in the Box when he was driving on the road, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from my being a youth growing up, that road has never been resurfaced from I was a little boy.
A long time.
Long time ago. Yes. I'm over half century, Madam Speaker. But I'm happy to say, Madam Speaker, that scoping has been done. The Leeds to Santa Cruz main road. Happy to say, Madam Speaker, that scoping has been done on the Burton to Knoxville, that's the Burnt Savannah main road, Madam Speaker, and a total of over $300 million for the preliminary estimates that we're looking at for those two major roadways, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, within that scoping, I've asked that there ought to be a sidewalk being placed from my community of Seven Corners that will allow the children safe walking from the Seven Corners to the Leeds primary community, and that is within the scope that was presented, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also our aim that when the Burnt Savannah Road is rehabilitated, we will move to have the road from Lacovia to Mountainside be renamed in honor of our former Prime Minister, the Honourable Donald Sangster, who was also a former Member of Parliament for South St. Elizabeth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the opposition, which had full control of this constituency for 31 years, with 5 members of Parliament, 2 of whom, Madam Speaker, were government ministers, did what they were supposed to do, we wouldn't be in this predicament of having so many bad roads, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, yes, the time has come for the Jamaica Labour Party to step up and continue to beat and teach and show them how work is done in Northern St. Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, water distribution has been a real challenge. Water distribution remains a challenge for the residents of northeastern St. Elizabeth. Farmers, business, schools, homes are still being impacted by this grave concern, Madam Speaker. During my last presentation, I would have highlighted this, however, things remain the same, with the exception of the laying of pipes that started in 3 communities. The Santa Cruz Division, Content, Burnt Ground, and Coal Town. Also, through the Rural Water Supply Limited, there was a new state-of-the-art pumping station that was built at a cost of $110 million, Madam Speaker. This is a one-of-a-kind project, as it is the first and largest hybrid solar pumping station in the country and is set to benefit over 1,600 residents.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to continue his speech to its conclusion, notwithstanding the time limit on speeches.
Members, the question before the House is that the member be given sufficient time to complete his presentation, notwithstanding the standing orders. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that it is the first and largest hybrid solar pumping station in the country and is set to benefit over 1,600 residents. Madam Speaker, the council claimed that baby finally come. But Madam Speaker, after his government had been in control of St. Elizabeth Northeastern for over 30 years, but I want to let him know that in order for a baby to be delivered, that there must be labor, Madam Speaker. And we thank the Labour Party government for such an impactful project that was being waited on for over 30 years, Madam Speaker. And finally, it has been delivered by the Jamaica Labour Party government. Madam Speaker, as Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, as Member of Parliament, I offered.
She has experienced it in many ways. She has experienced it.
Madam Speaker, as Member of Parliament.
Members. I said before, member, please, I spoke before the member from the constituency. No, but we have to remember that our children, our young people are watching. And this is not good. Please, I understand the passion, but please, let's keep the decorum of Parliament, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Member of Parliament, I offered to pay 50% of the connection fee for the first 50 residents that had applied for service. To date, Madam Speaker, 80% of the offer has been taken up and the requisite fees have been paid over. Housing has been a real challenge in our constituency, Madam Speaker. An asset like a home is an investment that can support families for generations, as property can be passed down. This gives parents and children an opportunity to build generational wealth that can pull them out of the cycle of poverty. On this note, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Most Honourable Prime Minister for not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 social housing solutions that will be given to 5 vulnerable and gracious constituents and their families. Earlier this year, Mr. Williams and his family were handed the keys by the Prime Minister of their newly built 3-bedroom castle sitting on the Santa Cruz Mountain. Madam Speaker, the people of St. Elizabeth Northeastern has never been given. Madam Speaker,
Member, please don't do that because you're going to encourage me to have a problem on both sides of the aisle. I really don't want to say it again. We have to at least, regardless of the spirit, We must, it's not a funny thing because everybody complains afterwards and we all get up and make presentations about good behavior and good decorum and everything. Let's just practice what we preach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while we are not able to provide new houses for each needy case, there are numerous cases where there's just a need for repairs to be done, and we try to facilitate that, Madam Speaker, through our CDF social housing program, where we continue to assist families in carrying out minor repairs and houses. Madam Speaker, we were also able to assist 30 families with materials through funding from the Ministry of Housing, and for that we are eternally grateful. With the vast technological demands of our ever-growing nation, I am pleased to announce that there have been installations of Wi-Fi hotspots in the Balaclava Town Centre and within the Seven Corners community, which is presently active, being tested and is soon to be officially handed over, as well as this quick step site that is being worked on. Madam Speaker, with the completion of the Wi-Fi site in Quick Step, for the first time in history, we will have up to 100 persons being able to apply for access to telephone, cable, and internet service, Madam Speaker. Your constituents, Madam Speaker, will also be benefiting as we share border. And this we call shared prosperity, Madam Speaker. Finally, after years of crying out, it took a Labour Party government to answer the call, and the people of Balaclava will be getting a brand new state-of-the-art fire station. This is what we call transformation. We salute our Minister of Local Government, Mr. Desmond Mackenzie. Earlier this year, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, the Honourable Dr. Horace Chan, came and broke ground for a new police station that we built in the Lakobe, and work, Madam Speaker, has already started on this project. Madam Speaker, we have been faced with challenges of spaces in many of the schools, which has been further compounded by the trust to merge primary and early childhood institutions. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that solutions are being created for this challenge in our constituency. We have benefited from Madam Speaker, we have benefited from two infant department buildings at the Santa Cruz Primary and the Leeds Primary School, which commenced in the first quarter of this year, and at this point, they are at about 90% completion, expected to be handing over before the end of the year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the combined cost of this project is about $80 million. And this is what you truly call transformation. I want to thank the Chase Fund for these projects and also to acknowledge the principals of these schools, the Honourable Minister Favour Williams, for constantly responding to my queries pertaining to these projects, Madam Speaker. When we work together, we can and we will achieve. In July 2022 of this year, Madam Speaker, tragedy struck at the Aberdeen High School, where the tuck shop, the cottage, a block was badly damaged by a freak storm. After reaching out to Minister Favour Williams, she immediately sent a team from the building department from the Ministry of Education to assess the damage and make recommendations. After assessment were made, a total cost of $15 million approximately was what was decided to conduct repairs. I am pleased to report, Madam Speaker, to this Honourable House that within weeks of the visit, work started and is now 95% completed. Madam Speaker, on behalf of our grateful school community, I'd like to thank the hard-working Minister for her proactive responses to said concern. Madam Speaker, healthcare is one of the most integral parts of our society. And at this point, I would briefly like to thank our Minister of Health, Honourable Dr. Christopher Tufton, for his role in making representation to PAHOME for their coming on board in a massive infrastructure upgrade of the Santa Cruz Type 3 Health Centre, in transforming it into a real first-class facility air-conditioned units will be installed, and I get to understand that all the workers will have the comfort of working within air-conditioned rooms. I get to understand that all the pregnant women coming in will be looked after under air-conditioned rooms. I get to understand that all the workers, all the staff and persons who come to the facility, we have connecting buildings, that all of them will be sheltered from the elements because walkways would have been provided. I get to understand that the water storage would have been increased to 30,000 gallons to supply and keep the facility at any given time. Madam Speaker, this is what you call transformation. Madam Speaker, in closing, my entry into politics was not by personal design. However, I wanted to effect a change from the arrogance, the misrepresentation that seemed very constant over the years in my neck of the woods, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, independently, I have always done what I could to assist the vulnerable of my home parish. But the cries became so loud from persons requesting my entry into political representation, I had to answer the call, hence my standing in this honorable house today. I am eternally grateful for being given the opportunity to become the change I wanted to see. And Madam Speaker, despite the challenges I face both personally and business-wise, I will continue to serve with a heart of love, commitment, dedication, and gratitude. I pray God's continued blessings and guidance on those of us in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, who took the decision to serve our people with a spirit of integrity, a spirit of sincerity, and a spirit of humility, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, slowly but surely, we are getting there. With Operation Transformation in St. Elizabeth, Northeastern. And Madam Speaker, I would like to reaffirm my commitment to the people of Northeastern St. Elizabeth. And as I would say, Madam Speaker, the journey continues. May God continue to bless this honorable house and the people of Jamaica. Bless you all. Bless you. Bless you.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate both members who made their presentations today. Very spirited and lively presentations. So at this time, Madam Speaker, I ask that the debate be suspended.
Members, I want to thank all three presenters this afternoon who stated very clearly that time come and gone, better to move slowly than to wait as the journey continues. Thank you all for a spirited presentation. You're not speaking to me, Madam? Okay, good. The question before the House is that we do suspend the constituency debate until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 12th of October. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now ask for the recommittal of items, statements by ministers, through to presentation of bills without leave of the House.
The question before the House is that we do return to the items on the agenda, Sisters.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as a proud Jamaican to speak of the fact that we are now celebrating Heritage Week. And I thought it was important that I make a statement in Parliament today, and to Madam Speaker through you, if you would kindly allow others who may wish to do so. Okay, maybe with others on this side. So, Madam Speaker, I've got much things to say right now. 157 years ago, on this day, October 11, our ancestors, led by our national hero, the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, and national hero, the Right Excellent George William Gordon, for whom this honorable house was named, launched a war on the colonial authorities in another desperate effort to secure proper working and living conditions for the masses of recently emancipated African Jamaicans. This became known as the Morant Bay Rebellion of 1865. Madam Speaker, today, if we listen carefully, we can hear the echoes of their determined footsteps pacing the ground as our ancestors marched from Stony Gut to Morant Bay and confronted the colonial powers. Both leaders, Paul Bogle and George William Gordon, among so many others, were subsequently executed for their patriotic efforts at the brutal hands of then Governor Erie and the then House of Assembly. Today, we salute our national heroes Paul Bogle and George William Gordon for their courage, their conviction, and fierce determination on behalf of our people. And that is why we can all be sitting in Parliament today. It is my intention, Madam Speaker, to continue to recommend to the Governor General the proclamation of days such as this day as national days of remembrance, so that our people will never forget how we got to where we are. And those of us who are sitting in this chamber will not forget and take for granted what we have achieved. Madam Speaker, it cannot be overlooked by those of us who are called to serve in this honorable house that we bear a great responsibility to create working and living conditions that would uphold the integrity and dignity of our people. It must never be undervalued by us as we serve that we, the descendants and successors, now at the helm of systems of governance, must promote legislation and social and economic conditions so that the masses of the Jamaican people may sustain the rights and freedoms for which so many sacrifice their blood, sweat, and tears. Madam Speaker, it is for this reason that we stood in bipartisan unity in this House and passed the act shortly entitled the National Heroes and Other Freedom Fighters Absolution from Criminal Liability in Respect of Specified Acts Act in 2017. As I said then, and I quote, "The acts for which these national heroes were convicted were not criminal acts of rebellion or treason, but acts of liberation with abundant moral justification, carried out in the best tradition of humanity. Consequently, our heroes ought not to have been given the stain of criminal conviction accompanying their role as national heroes. So, Madam Speaker, we proudly stand on the shoulders of those who have gone before, those who have cleared the way, who paid the ultimate price so that we can today stand here free and confident to lead this great nation. And I think you should applaud them. Madam Speaker, as we continue to reignite a nation for greatness in the celebration of our 60th anniversary of independence, we recall the Adinkra symbol of the Sankofa, a bird feet positioned to go forward, but with its head turned backward, an African symbol of the need for peoples as they advance to reach back into the past and retrieve their elements, those elements of our being and thinking that allowed us to progress thus far. Indeed, our own late Professor Rex Nettleford likened it to a motor car built with a rear-view mirror, indicating that as one advances toward the destination, there is need to strategically and momentarily glance in the rearview mirror as part of proper driving techniques. Today, as we celebrate National Heritage Week 2022, under the theme, Reigniting Greatness Through Our Heritage. As such, Madam Speaker, I call upon the members of this honorable House and the people of Jamaica to share with me in a moment of reflection and introspection. In this scenario, the following must never be lost on us. One, that the Jamaican motto, out of many one people, reminds us of the African, the Indian, the Chinese, the European, the Lebanese, and other elements of our national identity. As such, we celebrate the contribution of all to our Jamaican heritage, such as in our food, our music, our celebrations, our cultural enterprise, and our mercantilism. My ministry continues to work closely with the Indian community to celebrate Indian Arrival Day. The first shipment of Indians arrived in Old Harbour Bay as indentured workers on May 10, 1845. This brought one of the world's most enduring cultures to Jamaica. Indians lived mostly in communities together and ventured into merchandising and other business enterprises. Today, Madam Speaker, there can be no wedding or funeral or event of any substance without curry goat and roti. Their contribution in every field and aspect of Jamaican life, growth and development we celebrate today. The two earliest arrivals of Chinese migrant workers in Jamaica was in 1854, first directly from China, and the second comprised outward migrants from Panama. Like the Indians, the Chinese tended to live in communities. Though contracted for plantation work, they soon launched out into merchandising. Soon, Chinese built shops on every corner in communities across Jamaica.
That's true.
Selling everything from pin to an anchor. I remember growing up in West Kingston, and every corner there was a Chinese shop. Most Jamaicans got their provisions from these shops. Every shop was run by madam and uncle, and every Chinese bore the surname Chin. Today, the Chinese are among the owners of many diverse businesses, including restaurants, and their food became linked to stylish events. Among the staples of Jamaica's heritage, linked to and made popular by the Chinese, is the patty. a staple for schoolers, office workers, and communities. I can tell you, I've used parties to cut some deals that have impacted on the history of this country, but I won't say what it is. In every party shop, you could hear shouts of 1 box drinks and 2 party mischief. I am sure that everybody in this chamber has had a chance, or their parents or grandparents had a chance to go buy a patty and a box drink from Miss Chin, Mr. Chin, and sometimes Mr. Chong. Yes, Mr. Chong, right? So, Chinese, with their many contributions to our heritage and heavy presence across various elements of the culture and creative industries, have impacted. They have impacted in music, in photography. They have become synonymous with enterprise, diligence, discipline, and excellence. Trust me, Chinese know to do business. And even politicians were graced with the presence in this chamber. And they don't feel no pain. They look after the constituency, because even when the allocations from government is not enough, they find a way to work it out. So they celebrate their culture annually, including Chinese New Year. And today, much of what they do is centered in the Chinese Benevolent Society. Madam Speaker, pre-independence, it was British music and culture that was considered mainstream and became celebrated as classics in a deliberate effort to devalue the culture of the majority of Jamaicans who were of African ancestry. Nothing wrong with classics, but the fact is that that was what was instilled and given to the African population. In this regard, the language and culture of the British was fundamental to any notion of upward mobility, as the Jamaican language, a mixture of African languages and English, became vilified as the idiom of the underclass. You chat bad, you talk bad. That is how it was seen. Shakespeare was revered. Nothing wrong with that. Wordsworth's Daffodils and Reginald Murray's Song of a Blue Mountain Stream were always recited. Children merrily sang, "Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, and London Bridge is falling down," reeled off British nursery rhymes and did crossroad puzzles. Nothing wrong with that. But then we met Claude McKay,
Minister,
the Jamaican poet.
your time for speaking has expired. The member's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking for the Speaker to be allowed enough time to complete her presentation.
The question is that the Minister be allowed sufficient time to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we met Claude McKay, a Jamaican poet, in the poem Lovely Dainty Spanish Needle. But this too was written in the language of the noble upper class. Then come Miss Lou, the Honorable Louise Bennett Coverley, and the Jamaican language gained notice. And of course, she would talk about the boy who returned from abroad with an accent, causing all proudness to drop aground in an unliquor twang, or Mary Dryfoot boy who returned from abroad and seemed not to remember his heritage and tradition. And I must tell you, I have to take Taze out of school, but a great takeoff of Miss Lou is done by the Deputy Speaker of the House. And I was reminded earlier that a certain member from Manchester used to help his mother sell the patty in the corner grocery shop. So we all can relate to what I'm saying. So I'm sure that we all recall and relish all these things. And such is the richness of our heritage, which we preserve through actions and activities across my ministry, across the communities across Jamaica. And that is the greatness of our Jamaicanness. This brings me to our African-specific African descendants who suffered most the indignities of our past history. The African people captured, detained, and forcibly transported to Jamaica. And I understand that the Africans who were brought to Jamaica was the unruly ones, primarily the ones that they couldn't manage. But maybe that's why we have so much energy. And we're always determined to do what we want to do. So, we were brought here, captured, detained, and forcibly transported, enslaved on plantations owned and run by British planters with the support of their monarchy. Emerged at the end of slavery was a new indigenous people, Jamaicans, with nearly 400 years of courageously defiant, dominant, and continuous existence here in Jamaica. In fact, in the census of 2011, the African segment of the Jamaican population was still registered as being over 92%. As such, we acknowledge our nation's obligation to reset lives and livelihoods, free of oppressive residues of our colonial and slavery past. It has impacted on us. It has impacted on us. Mental slavery still exists. The work and legacy of the Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey, national hero, self-taught philosopher and Pan-Africanist who dedicated his life to the cause of the redemption of the Afro-descendant people and culture, shone a guiding light to clear that path for us to see. Garvey created a philosophy of black pride and integrity and saw the redemption of the black race in industry and commerce, symbolized in his Black Star Line Company. In all this, Garvey lamented the condition of the Afro-descendant population in what he referred to as mental slavery. All the violence that we perpetrate on each other, mental slavery, all the criminal activities that we, and in our inner city and our communities, where young people are killing each other and using the guns to paint Jamaica in a bad light, mental slavery. As such, we must take seriously Garvey's pronouncement that others may free the body, but none but ourselves can free our minds. For this reason, we must be determined to change. We must be determined to bring peace and love to our communities. And we are determined that we will also seek reparations. The National Council on Reparation in my ministry is leading this charge with great activism and are currently engaged in consultations to develop a national policy on reparatory justice. Additionally, in this reflection, we must celebrate the fact that in 1962, the British flag was lowered and the black, green, and gold hoisted in celebration of a new nation. Our founding fathers, the Right Excellent Sir Alexander Bustamante, national hero and first Prime Minister, and the Right Excellent Norman Manley, national hero, set the stage for the trappings of nationhood and Jamaica's political independence. They are the foundation of our democratic tradition that stands out among the world's leading democracies. These enduring traditions have been fomented by successive leaders, culminating at this point in our own Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, the youngest ever and only one born after independence. Madam Speaker, the heritage and tradition live on as our politics has matured. In spite of what others may say, our politics have matured, and we now are acclaimed among the stable democracies of the world. Additionally, this birth of our nation was supported by a great artistry that led to the emergence of a Jamaican aesthetic carved out of the history of our experiences as a people. Everywhere, particularly in the inner cities, in the home of Roger Mays in his Brother Man, and Orlando Patterson's Children of Sisyphus, new traditions were being created through music, mento, ska, rocksteady, reggae, dancehall. Art led by Edna Manley and intuitives like Malika Capper-Reynolds and others. Poetry, literature, dance, all this unearthed, fostered, preserved, promoted, and supported by governments over time and our people across Jamaica. But added to that, our people all across the globe have created booming diasporas, contributing to the advancement of the welfare of the whole human race, taking oxtail, manish water, coconut soup, red pea soup, curry goat and roti, fish tea, stew peas and rice, all ackee and saltfish, all these things to the world. So, Miss Lou's colonization in reverse in motion through the fusion of our heritage and culture. We go colonize them with our culture. So we are a great nation with an enduring heritage that we must nurture, sustain, and preserve for our development and protect for the benefit of generations to come. This gives us pause to look back on the tenets and traditions that have taken us thus far and engage those that will help us to achieve the goals we promise to our current citizens, goals of sustainable prosperity, goals of peace and development. We are reminded that among the tenets that propelled our ancestors to sustain their resistance and rebellion in the thrust for freedom was the determination that none should be left behind. Every act of resistance or rebellion sought to ensure freedom for all. From Kojo to Taki, to Kwao to Samshap. And forgive me for singling out the Right Excellent Nanny of the Maroons, national heroine, to all the named and unnamed freedom fighters of the ages. Every effort was about freedom for us all. The Right Excellent Nanny of the Maroons stands out as a legend among men, who during the most patriarchal and patronizing period of our history commanded the forces of liberation and took on the greatest military of the time, the British, in the Rio Grande Valley of Portland. She has been described in the annals of British history in ways that are the stuff of legends, hailing her heroic stance, strategic warfare, and steely leadership of a people who believed in her power and her prowess every step of the way as exemplary. Nanny, in her escapades and successes, has become the mother of the Jamaican woman. Resilient, proud, feisty, free, bossy. Trust me, Jamaican woman is a special person. Today, the Jamaican woman has mothered this nation. We have, haven't we? Yes. We have mothered this nation. Some even fathering their children. As depicted by poet George Campbell, they are called history makers, destiny shapers, and hammers and rocks. This sustained concern for the welfare of each other has been in our DNA since those times and must be reignited as we move forward to national development and prosperity for all. This is who we are. This is our heritage. And we must do it every day as we interact with each other. We live each other's lives. We cuss each other. We hug up. We kiss. We suss upon each other. But at the end of the day, most Jamaicans care about each other. It is what propelled the Right Excellent Sam Sharp, national hero, to martyrdom in that fierce battle for better working conditions that moved from passive industrial action to outright war across Western Jamaica. It was Sam Sharp, the Baptist deacon, who would use the very Bible that the planters, the masters, and the church had used as a tool in those days for the slaves, for those enslaved, to be submissive. But Sam Sharp used the Bible as an instrument of freedom. And by his work, a woman, a little woman, was spurred on to set the trash house on Tulloch Castle on fire on December 27, 1831, with the words, "I know I will die for this, but at least my children will be free." That's why we're here. That's why we're here. And when I went to Tulloch Castle for a celebration and I asked what was her name, they said, well, you know, history did not name her. They just talk about this little woman. So I decided to name her. I call her Fire. I call her Fire. So Fire was the one, inspired by Sam Sharp, started the war, which is now referred to as the Sam Sharp War of 1831 to 1832. And that war succeeded in ending slavery in the British Empire 1 year later, in 1833. Another core element of our heritage is the centrality of Africa and African identity. For this, we must express gratitude to the Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey. We must express gratitude to Leonard Howell, who started the first Rasta village, and the Rastafari community that has ignited the world. So bold we were that we were able to give the world a new religion, the only new religion of the 20th century, Rastafari, which is focused on His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, from 1930 to 1974. For this reason, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to welcome to Jamaica this coming Thursday as our guest for National Heritage Week His Imperial Highness Prince Ermias Saleh Selassie. He is chairman of the Ethiopian Crown Council and grandson of His Imperial Majesty. And his wife will be accompanying him. His wife, Princess Wazira Saba Kebede. So we are welcoming in Heritage Week a Black Prince. We had the honor of welcoming earlier this year the British Prince. And so we are now honored to welcome Prince Ermias. I want to use the opportunity to thank the Honorary Consul of Ethiopia and Jamaica, Mrs. Yodit Hilton, who is someone in this chamber is familiar with that name. Somebody across there, over there. I really want to thank her for her support. She has been fantastic in this effort. So we look forward to his stay among us as we celebrate the significant element of our heritage which the world has adopted. Whether by the proliferation of locks within the global fashion and dress industry with the colors, or the promotion of the red, green, and gold, or the embrace of the uniting reggae anthem of One Love. But we have impacted the world through the Rastafari religion. So, Madam Speaker, as I wind down, we are a proud people with a glorious heritage that began long before our people were enslaved or indentured. Over the years, we have been able to fuse elements of the various cultures that were introduced to each other within our shores and create a Jamaican cultural identity that continues to mesmerize the world. Indeed, not since Greece has a small island of 2.9 million people had such an expansive impact on global culture and economy with one of the most formidable brands of the world. Madam Speaker, our heritage has heralded trailblazers and trendsetters. Everywhere we go, and I'm sure colleagues here, where you go, they want to know if you're Marley's cousin or Bowles' cousin. Or if you say I'm from Jamaica, they say, oh, Bold. You say Bold. Or Bob Marley. And so many other names. And we are usually proud to say, I know some people say, yes, I'm cousin. Some people do that. We have been fearless and unrelenting in the face of challenges. We were able to overcome and emerge victorious over one of the most vile acts of man's inhumanity to man, slavery and the slave trade. We emerged without rancor or bitterness, determined to build for our children a society anchored in our creative imagination. Throughout the rubble of colonial displacement and underdevelopment, we created cultural forms the world has come to recognize and respect. Kingston has been recognized as a world creative city of music. The music of the Motown Maroons has been named among the world's intangible heritage, and reggae music has been also inscribed among the intangible heritage of humanity. We continue our tradition of excellence in global sports and culture, and have given the world a tourism product of global acclaim because of its entrenchment within the cultural ethos and heritage of our people. Madam Speaker, as such, we will continue to reignite greatness through our heritage. It is our determination that this glorious heritage is passed on to our children through education, policy, and practice. As we speak, the National Council on Reparation has been holding consultations with the Ministry of Education and Youth to collaborate on a platform that will ensure that our children become aware of the great traditions and heritage we celebrate as Jamaicans. I know that the Ministry of Education has big plans as they expand the civic program in schools. I understand, Minister, that there will be a big launch at some point. And so, in the words of the Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey, I close my statement. He said, "We shall cause men to regard us as equals in achievements, in industry, commerce, politics, science, art, and education. We shall make of Jamaica a mighty nation and cause our children to call us blessed." God bless us all. God bless Jamaica, land we love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would probably spoil this presentation to add or to subtract anything. I want to endorse and want to join with the Minister in this celebration, not just for October, but beyond.
Thank you very much, Member. Announcements?
Madam Speaker, may I? Yes. I would just wish to just briefly indicate what are the plans for Heritage Week. We will have Heritage Week culminates on Heroes Day, October the 17th. But the celebrations will see a number of activities, starting with the arrival of the Prince. So Prince Ermias will arrive on Thursday evening, and he will be making several courtesy calls on Deputy Prime Minister, on the Leader of the Opposition, on the Governor General, and on the President and Speaker of the House. He will tour the National Gallery and the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica and Liberty Hall, Marcus Garvey's heritage. And then he will be hosted at a reception by Mrs. Judith Hilton, the Honorary Consul of Ethiopia in Jamaica, on Friday. On Saturday, there will be a civic ceremony in Montego Bay where he will be handed the keys to the city of Montego Bay. And participating in that civic ceremony will be the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Horace Chang, and the Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Homer Davis, and the members of the Coral Gardens Rastafari Benevolent Society. He will then visit the Elders' Home, which the government has funded for survivors of the Coral Gardens massacre or incident, and he will go there and meet with the elders as well as other members of the Rastafari community. And then he will go to Seville Heritage Park, where he will lay a floral tribute on the graves of our ancestors who were buried there, who were buried to the back of the Great House, and their remains were moved to the front of the Great House, and there will be a ceremonial floral tribute made to them. Of course, on Sunday, the Prince will be at church, Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Holy Trinity Divine Liturgical Service, which starts at 8 a.m. And after that, he will meet and greet members of the church. Later on that afternoon, the national service this year for Heritage Week is an interfaith service where all the faith-based groups will participate in a service. So it will include, it will also include the Rastafarian movement and the revival churches. And of course, the Prince will visit Dub Club that night and go enjoy some reggae music up in the hills. There is a special activity that will take place in National Heroes Park, which we call Walking in Their Light. And it will be a special display of lighting every shrine and monument in Heroes Park. That is Monday, that will take place on Monday. That will take place from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Walking in Your Light. And the Prince will visit that, but we also will be ensuring that Sherry Lee Ralph, who is also our guest, we have completed an itinerary for her as well, and she will also be attending. I'm inviting everyone to go to Heroes Park. It's quite an experience when you see all those shrines lit up at night. So the Prince will, at the end of his visit, after going on a hike to Hollywell Park, he will go to Negril for private time. So I thought I would just use the opportunity to say what the program is. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Minister haven't made a second statement. I don't need much time, but I think the Minister might have overlooked, because every year on the Sunday before National Heroes Day, there's a particular activity. It's called the Port Royal Seafood Festival. And this year, it's going to be staged. It's going to be staged at the new port in Port Royal. It's our 17th year. And I'm sure if the Prince or Miss Ralph would wish for some other things to do, that's a perfect place for both of them to be. And indeed all members of this chamber.
I will certainly add that to the itinerary. And also, Madam Speaker, I should mention too that we are collaborating with Glory Music for Fun in the Sun, and that will also be an activity that they would be free to attend if they so wish. Thank you.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: the Auditor General's Department review of the fiscal policy paper for the year 2022-2023 interim report, which was laid on the table of the House on September 17, 2022. The Auditor General's Department certification of the Jamaica Mortgage Bank and the Bank of Jamaica to operate outside of the specific public sector. Auditor General's Department, Ministry Department, Head 51,000, Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries for the year 2015-2016. Head 56,000 B, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology for the year 2016-2017. And Head 72,000, Ministry of Local Government and Community Development for the year 2019-2020.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I wish to advise you that the Prime Minister will be making a statement. I ask that we suspend the sitting for 10 minutes as he's on his way. Thank you.
Members, the question before the House is that we have a suspension of the sitting until the arrival of the Prime Minister. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now suspended until his arrival.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's Parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
There is a fundamental and irreconcilable conflict between the interests of the tobacco industry and public policy interests. The tobacco industry, for profit, produces and promotes a product that has been scientifically proven to be highly addictive and causes millions of deaths per year. This is in conflict with the intent of public policies, particularly those related to safeguarding the health and well-being of citizens. In keeping with Jamaica's treaty obligations, the proposed Tobacco Control Act makes provision for the strict regulation of the interaction between public officials and the tobacco industry. Strong tobacco control policies, such as the provisions in the proposed act, will safeguard public health policies and give the next generation a chance to live and breathe easily.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Let us resolve our family disputes peacefully. A family is a circle of love, support, and strength. Violence has no place.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Develop a sense of purpose that says you're not here by accident. You are here for greatness. You are here with destiny in mind. You are supposed to do something great, and you are on that pathway. There are persons who are in the departure lounge of life, at the end of their life, and they look back and they have regret because they never took time to uncover and develop a sense of purpose. Why am I here? What am I supposed to do before I leave this 7 billion people planet called Earth? What am I supposed to accomplish? Having a sense of greatness that's in you. You're talented, you have gifts and abilities. Some of you are good with numbers, some of you are good with words, some of you are good with both, some of you are artistic, creative, some of you are sports oriented, and there are many things. And you take time to discover what are you passionate about. What can I just do naturally? I can jump out of my sleep and do it easily. Speaking out to your talents and abilities, your giftings. All of these come into your sense of purpose. The things that you are to do in life as you are to impact people. When you dream, when you close your eyes, what do you see yourself doing? And knowing that the sky is the limit. Second thing I want to say quickly is that you must learn to persevere. I heard Marquis speak about perseverance. Everybody say perseverance. Sometimes we don't achieve much because we give up too easily. You have to learn, if you want good, your nose have to. Yes, man, you have to get your feelings hurt and still go on. When I was doing my PhD, boy, a man tell me, man, people seem to like you. Wayne, why don't you just leave this program and go back to your country? You have a master's. The PhD is not for you. Why don't go and make money? And that was a racist comment because I was black. I was the only black person in the program. And he was saying things that hurt me, and I didn't want him to see me offended. I left his presence, went into my room, and I cried. But I decided to continue in my effort for excellence. Are you hearing me? And so perseverance means to continue a course of action in spite of difficulty, in spite of opposition. When they fight you down, when bad mind reach you, and they're fighting you down, and they say you're not the right gender, young ladies, and they say you don't deserve to be here, don't pay no attention, press on nonetheless. And it means you also have to have the right people around you. Be careful of the company you keep. As you go through life, you're going to make mistakes. As you go through life, you may fail at something. You want people around you who can encourage you to get up again.
Jamaicans, look on the murder rate. You think that normal? We need to get every illegal gun and save our country.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Mommy?
Yes, Zoe?
Can we read this book? It will only take 10 minutes.
Sure, sit down. Every spring, Madame Angel Wing arranges.
Do you have 10 minutes? Read with your child today. Reading with your children for just 10 minutes each day helps develop their language and listening skills, stimulates their imagination, and expands their understanding of the world. So, start reading with your child today.
Crime and violence is infecting our youth. We must work together to rescue them from the gangs, engage them in productive activities, and safeguard Jamaica's future.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
People always say government must be held accountable. But it's whose job to keep government accountable? And what that really mean? Well, you see, when ministers and public officials have to provide answers for decisions made and can face consequences for those actions and decisions, that means they're being held accountable. Keeping government accountable is a key responsibility of our elected representatives, and the Parliament provides special tools or mechanisms just for this. As citizens, we need to understand how they work so we can play our part to ensure that the members of Parliament we elect are using the tools and doing their job well. Here are 4 of the primary tools you should understand and talk to your MP about. Tool number 1, Minister's Statements. To effectively monitor the government, MPs need to stay informed. Every Tuesday when Parliament sits, different cabinet ministers are scheduled to give an update on decisions they're making on our behalf. These updates are called Statements by Ministers. They cover a wide range of national issues that other MPs, media, and citizens may have questions about and wish to examine further. That brings us to tool number 2. What you do when you want information? You ask questions, and that's why we have question time. Both opposition and government.
This honorable House now resumes its sitting. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the recommittal of statements by ministers.
Members, the question before the House is that we have the recommittal of the item on the agenda, statements by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I have one.
And again, I thank members for their patience and ask for their understanding for my very raspy voice. I hope it is not too jarring for the presentation. Madam Speaker, I rise today to update the country further on the developments surrounding recent actions taken to remove some incomplete structures in a section of the designated agricultural lands in close proximity to the Clifton community. Madam Speaker, what is being displayed, and I hope that those persons who are watching on television or in social media would be able to see this slide, is a representation of the Greater Bernard Lodge property, which has been developed according to a master plan. It incorporates, as I had said last week, just over 5,400 acres of land. 3,027 acres are for agriculture or in agricultural use at the moment, and 2,370 acres are for housing. Housing construction has already begun in the area. First, let me set the historical context. And as you will see in slide 2, go to slide 2. Well, if you go back to slide 1 for a minute, just a point. Clifton is the area circled in red, and you will notice it is in the center of the Bernard Lodge development, and it is within the agricultural belt, or one of the agricultural belts. That is the community. As far back as 2006, decisions were taken to regularize Clifton. Slide 2, which is now showing, shows the final regularization plan for Clifton. So you would see that the SCJ, it's a bit blurry here, but they would have gone ahead, Madam Speaker, and they would have created a subdivision of the area. They would have given an as-built survey. That means, Madam Speaker, that they would have looked at the property as settled, and they would have tried to identify boundaries. They would also, Madam Speaker, have developed a community plan. So what the community would look like after you have made provisions for road infrastructure, water, sewage, and of course the road infrastructure has to be of a standard width, so it may require the movement of fences. It may even require the relocation of residents. So I want to just establish here that Clifton is a community that is in active regularization by the government of Jamaica. And it is in this process now for more than 10 years. The community would have evolved or emerged from sugar workers who continued to live on the sugar estate after it ceased operation. But some of the occupants, Madam Speaker, would have taken up residence as a result of the construction of the east-west highway corridor. Some people who had to be moved, some people who were working on the corridor ended up taking up residence in this community. From the Google images that we are about to display, this one is a bit blurry, but this is a Google image from Google Earth of Clifton in 2002, slide 3, you would see there. And from that slide, you will see that there was very limited occupation of the Clifton space at the time this picture was taken in 2002. As we move to the other slide, and this now is in 2006, you will see, Madam Speaker, that the community has not grown outside of its boundaries, but it is filling out within its boundaries. We could now advance to 2012. Well, and that gives you a very good view of the community. You will notice that it has not expanded out of its boundaries, but it is filling in within its boundary. And we could now go to 2019. Now, you can see in 2019, Madam Speaker, that Clifton has now really filled out. But there is an area in red which is marked out. Now, as a result, Madam Speaker, of the regularization process, and as I had said earlier, there may be need to expand roads, there may be need to put in water, electricity, sewage, and that may cause homes which are existing within the community, those homes may have to be demolished and the residents relocated elsewhere. You can't relocate them further from their community. And therefore, Madam Speaker, a reserved area was created in the regularization plan. And I believe that would have been approximately 2.5 acres. So that's 2019. Notice there wasn't any activity in the reserved area in 2019. So no one, Madam Speaker, can claim any adverse possession. So I just want that to be clearly established. So, Madam Speaker, I want another point to be established, that that reserved area was put in place that reserve area was put in place to protect the human rights of the Clifton citizens. So that if we had to relocate them, if we had to decant them, as the term is, when you're doing these kinds of development, sometimes you have to move people from where they live temporarily, put them in a reserved area, and then when the structure is complete, you move them back. If people can't go back in, then you allocate them lots in the reserved area. That is protecting the human rights to access to housing. Now, Madam Speaker, as we move forward to 2021, I want you to look now, Madam Speaker, on the reserve area. Now, the reserve area, as I said, it was for decanting, and it was for relocation if necessary. But it was also to create a kind of buffer between the residential area and the agricultural area. All right, now look at 2021 slide. And you would see, Madam Speaker, that the entire area now, well, not the entire area, but most of the area, the reserve area, has been taken over. Now, this obviously happened at a fast pace during the pandemic. So I want to go back to slide 2 quickly. Slide 2. And I really hope that the Jamaican public is having an opportunity to see this slide, because it would help to explain a lot of the concerns that have been raised, which I have been following. Now, if you notice an area in red, that has also been allotted. That is the reserved area. So the SCJ went ahead and did a plan for the area, but the area was not yet subdivided and no titles have been issued. For Clifton proper, the area in blue, that area has been subdivided. As I said, letters of possession were given in 2006 by the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. And titles have been prepared now for that area. So Clifton in blue, legitimate community. They have gone through the process. That additional area in red, which was demarked for, as I said before, decanting, possible relocation, and buffer, that area now has been totally occupied. You will note, you can see it from the slide, it's a bit blurry when it's projected, but there are approximately 48 lots in that area marked up. Presently, there are about 20 homes, 20 houses, but some of them are occupied. So there are homes, some of them, in that area. So it means that persons would have taken up land space greater than what we projected to provide for the community in the event of decanting and in the event of relocation. So the people who are occupying those houses presently, I will address their situation later on in my presentation. Now, Madam Speaker, it was recognized, as I said before, by succeeding administrations that the Clifton community was quite legitimate and required regularization. I believe those lands, Madam Speaker, were eventually taken over by the Ministry of Housing. And so it was under the Ministry of Housing that the process of regularization. Yeah, but I think so these lands were developed under the Housing Act for the speed of the development, which is not the case, I'm told, for the reserved area, which remains under title of SCJ. So, Madam Speaker, in order to facilitate the development of the community, SCJ has over the years provided support for the community activities in Clifton, and in 2020, a Premier League size football field was donated. They always had the football field, Madam Speaker, but the SCJ spent over $3.5 million fixing up the field and putting in amenities. I believe Minister of Agriculture at the time assisted. Yes, Floyd Green would have opened the field. And arrangements were made for resource training, and a farming area of some 7.5 acres was made available to the community for farming, and seeds and fertilizer was donated for that purpose. The intention was that this farmland would provide employment and yield surpluses which could be used to defray community expenses. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just explaining that the state, the government, your government, has been working hand in hand with the people of Clifton. There is always this notion in the back of the minds of our Jamaican citizens that our state is predatory, that somehow our state is not going to act in the interest and in defense of its people. Madam Speaker, as Prime Minister, everything that I have done is to ensure that the state acts in the interest of the people of Jamaica. Not some people, not elites, but for all people of Jamaica. I am, where I come from, my origin, my background would never permit me to have any policy that disregards the poor. Never. And in as much, Madam Speaker, as I grew up in a poor family, at 56 Cumberland Road, near to the grass yard in Spanish Town Market. Yeah, I have to say it. You know it. Walk to Spanish Town Primary, walk to St. Catherine High School, and come back home when my mother never had lunch money to give me. I grew up, Madam Speaker, in a disciplined family, in a family that believed in law and order. And being poor, Madam Speaker, doesn't mean that you must break the law. And I just need to say that. But this, Madam Speaker, is not a poverty issue. I want it to be clear. This is not a poverty issue. This is not. Madam Speaker, so I want to categorically state that the people of Clifton are not squatters. They are not squatters. And we have been recognizing that through administrations and trying to regularize them. And I don't want either, Madam Speaker, for them to be stigmatized as a criminal community. I know that community, Madam Speaker. I won't say how and the means, because it might put people there. But, Madam Speaker, they are hard-working people in that community. I would say the majority of the people there. But we have to be truthful. There is an element that has interwoven themselves into the community. And the people there know this, and they won't be able to always speak out in front of the camera as to what the true situation is. But I get the calls, I get the texts, I get the messages of what the true situation is there regarding the criminal capture that is taking place. The people who have taken up residence in the reserve area, Madam Speaker, some of them, a small number of them, are from within the community of Clifton. But most of them are not residents of Clifton or have a connection with Clifton. And I will explore that further. Madam Speaker, later on this year, I will secure a date from the Member of Parliament, and we will be handing out the titles to the people of Clifton. Slides 8 to 10, if we could move on. Oh, before you move on, so you would see that 2021, you know, the escalation in the reserve area began. But notice the agricultural land adjacent to it. There's nothing there. Let's move on. You will see now in 2022 that somehow they have started now to move onto the agricultural land. And by the way, you would see that this is right in the middle of farms. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I was listening, driving, just so that you see it. This is what it is. That's it, those are the farms, and people are just building right in the middle of it. You know, so I was listening to a radio calling program, Madam Speaker, while I was driving to Clifton. And someone came on and he said he's an ex-policeman, and it was, you know, a wicked act that was being done, and that were he a member of the police force, he would refuse the order. I just want to be clear on something. Neither the JCF or the JDF was involved in the removal of illegal structures. Their job was to give cover and security, given the fact of the threat of gang activity in the area, and to offer protection to persons who may be at risk. I don't want the JCF or the JDF to be drawn into these very sensitive political issues. And I want to commend the police officers who conduct, and the military, who conducted themselves exemplarily to ensure that the citizens of Clifton were protected, the persons who were doing their duties were protected, the staff of the STJ were protected, and all public officials who were in any way associated were protected. That point I will pick up further on about, you know, these politically sensitive issues later on in the presentation. But the presentation here on the screen that is being projected, you can clearly see, Madam Speaker, that these are not small structures. One structure, Madam Speaker, you know, one lady complained to me that she was putting up an 8-bedroom house. And I found it quite, you know, I was, you know, quite impressed by her ambition and her entrepreneurial spirit to build her house. You know, it is something that I always admire, but it has to be done in the right way. Madam Speaker, so action was taken. Action was taken, Madam Speaker, to remove 10 structures from the agricultural land. In my speech to Parliament, my statement to Parliament last week, I was clear on that we will remove structures on the agricultural land which were incomplete and unoccupied. 10 structures were removed. One structure remains. That structure remains because, Madam Speaker, it had a decking. It had walls, and we needed to ascertain whether or not there was an occupant before we acted. To this point, we are not yet certain as to whether or not there is an occupant, and later on I will address how we will treat with that. The houses, complete and incomplete structures in the reserved areas were not touched. That to be absolutely clear. They were not touched. As I said in my presentation last week, those persons must come forward to us, and I will address how we will treat with that. Madam Speaker, so all of this basically happened, this is in the agricultural land, in 2022. Starting out at about January 2022 to present, this is what you have. This is how rapid the pace of construction has been. And of course, in the reserved area, that started to advance rapidly in 2020. So in the space of 2 to 2.5 years, that was built up. Now, Madam Speaker, the SCJ indicated that during the first quarter of 2022, the Member of Parliament for St. Catharines Southern advised that there was illegal construction taking place in the area adjoining Clifton. And I want to repeat, there was illegal construction taking place in an area adjoining Clifton, not in Clifton. Clifton is a legitimate community. What we're talking about are lands that were reserved and agricultural lands. Totally different business. If you notice that from 2006 when we started to take the pictures coming all the way up, the boundaries of Clifton was well respected. Nobody went outside of the boundary. They filled out within the defined boundaries of the community. This is a new and recent development. As a result, a team from the Sugar Company of Jamaica was sent out, and evidence of construction was seen, and therefore demolition notices were posted on March 1, 2022, as well as several no trespassing signs. Now, Madam Speaker, I am hearing it circulated that nobody was given notice. Nobody was communicated with. Why you never just come and talk to us? Now, you know, Madam Speaker, I made sure to go and talk with the people. Because as leader of the country, I can't afraid of my own people. And they don't have to talk to me through the media. Tell me how you feel. And I tell you, Madam Speaker, I don't afraid of no gunman, or gunman, or gangman, or whoever. So I went to the community to hear the grouses of my Jamaican citizens. And one of the complaints was, we never get any notice. No, sir, lie, no notice. And listen, I understand the frustration and the upset, but we cannot allow untruths to survive. Notices were given, were displayed, were posted. Now, you have to understand, Madam Speaker, that when you go there, when these construction projects are going on there, you're not going to find anybody who is going to say, it's mine or it's me. And so we had to post it, meaning staple it as is required in a visible place by law. Meetings were held, Madam Speaker. Yes? Yeah. So the SCJ took additional action by calling in members of the community, including one prominent member of the community whose name appears on several receipts as having received payment purportedly in exchange for the land in the area. Now, there is a name being circulated in social media. I believe it's Clifford Grant or something like that. We don't know that name. There is a name that we know, but I'm not going to call anybody's name in Parliament, even though I'm protected to do so, but everybody is entitled to a due process. And so I will allow the due process to take its course. But those receipts are available. I was planning to show one here, but they may become evidence later on. So that person they were met with. This meeting, which was attended by 4 members of the Sugar Company of Jamaica team, including the managing director and the general manager, took place at the SCJ's offices on March 10, 2022. At that meeting, it was made clear to the members of the community that no authority has been given to be carrying out any construction on the land, that such action was illegal, and in consequence, any construction should be immediately discontinued. At no time was any permission given to anyone to carry out any construction on any part of any land owned by the SCJ in Clifton or elsewhere. When it became obvious that instead of bringing an end to the matter, it accelerated, SCJ indicated that on July 8th, several months after, it held a further meeting with the Member of Parliament of St. Catherine Southern, where the SCJ was urged by the Member of Parliament to take the necessary action to halt the expansion and remove the illegal structures. Madam Speaker, I don't want this matter to become more political than it is. And any well-thinking citizen of this country seeing such an action taking place has a duty to report it and stop it. Madam Speaker, I spoke with the Member of Parliament as well, and I'm not going to reveal what our conversation was. I mean, that is privilege and will remain so. But Madam Speaker, let me note that it was brought to my attention that SCJ staff were fearful of acting, as there were reports of organized criminal activity in the area and a possible connection to the Klansman gang in the area. On July 20, the Sugar Company of Jamaica wrote to me explaining that the matter was out of control and could not be dealt with safely at the local level. Following that, the matter was brought to the attention of the National Security Council. Can you imagine? Our state being afraid to act in the face of a gang. That I had to bring the matter to the National Security Council. Now, the Bernard Lodge matter had come to the National Security Council before, because with these major developments, as I've said, we build in security as part of the development, just as how we would build in environment, infrastructure, social services. So it was discussed, it was there. But Madam Speaker, this new dimension of a criminal gang purportedly selling government property, your property, and for which the public officers are afraid to act. That's a whole new dimension. That says so many things. And whatever else you want to say about, not giving, poor people land or just allowing people to stay, whatever else you want to say about that, on the matter of criminals driving fear into our state, every single Jamaican must stand up against that. Every Jamaican. There must be no ambivalence, no doublespeak. It is wrong. And if it is only one man that will stand up and say it is wrong, I will be that one man. So we discussed the matter at the National Security Council, and we realized that given the threat, I want you to bear in mind, there was an incident where a public official was murdered by members of that gang. So this is not, a fear that is unfounded. That is somebody who I know personally. It was not a fear that was unfounded or unjustified. So, out of an abundance of caution, a forward operating base was deployed to the area. The JCF increased its patrol. We increased our security around certain personnel. They might not even know that that has happened, but it has happened, to protect them. And we continue to give that coverage and blanket, just in case anybody wants to think anyway. And we are constantly monitoring that gang and that area. So as I said, Madam Speaker, we didn't remove any houses from the reserved area or incomplete structures. So this lie being circulated that people were evicted. No one was evicted. No one. We were very careful and we made sure to stay well within what was legally required and permissible. So we didn't destroy any complete structures. We didn't destroy any structure that anyone was visibly occupying. We didn't throw out anybody's furniture. Now, those persons who are living in the reserved area, occupying the illegal structures, there is a process that will be applied to them. Firstly, they must come and identify themselves to us. That is only fair. And I tell you, life is, the world is so small. I know one or two of the persons there. We know that there are soldiers and teachers and who have bought lands inside here, ostensibly so. So I'm saying to them, come to the SCG, and you have to come with clean hands. You have to tell us. Tell us how this happened. It's not our intention to deprive you of your lovely house. We don't want to do that. But we have to, in the process of regularizing this situation, if that is going to happen, we have to understand how it happened. But more than that, remember what I said about the reserved area and protecting the human rights of the people in Clifton as well. Not just some people human rights, but the people in Clifton as well. When we are ready to expand the roads, put in the sewage, and we have to now decant, that is, move persons whose structures may be in the way of road. Where are we going to put them? What about their human rights after we went ahead and made provision for them? So, inevitably, we will have to look at the people who are occupying there and, come to us and reason with us. Let us hear what is happening, and we will try and work out a solution. It may be that, the size land that you took over, you really can't get that size, because we have to leave back some space. So come and reason with us. That's all we want you to do. Come, then bring your papers and come to us. Some people have said that they have papers and whatever to show. Bring them to us. We want to see. We want to know. And bring them to us and be prepared to make a statement to the authorities. You would also see, if you go back to the previous slide, as I said, we removed 10 incomplete structures in the agricultural area. One we did not destroy because it could be that somebody was occupying it. We couldn't tell. We don't know. Someone could claim that that's where they were living. So that structure stands, and that is, if I were to just point it out, this structure, which is in the agricultural area, still stands. This structure still stands. These were removed. Now, Madam Speaker, the person who is claiming to be the owner of that structure should come to the SCJ. Talk with us, explain to us how you came by it, and we will work something out, right? We'll work it out, but be prepared to make a statement to the authorities, meaning to the police. The structure, I don't want to say too much, may not stand, because as you see, it is in the agricultural area. But let's hear what they have to say. Because I don't want to preempt. Let's see what they bring in to us. Bring in what you have. We are being very reasonable. Come to us. Let us understand how that got there. Then, Madam Speaker, for those structures that were removed, same thing applies. Those persons can come to the SCJ and explain why it is that they thought they had ownership of the property that would give them rights to put up a structure. And again, we'll find a way to work things out with them. And I've said to the SCJ, we are not a government that is out to punish our citizens. We are the government of Bill House. So let's talk about it. Let's find out how it happened. But any support that you're going to get depends on how you come with clean hands. How you let us get to the root of this problem. So, Madam Speaker, government has drawn the line in this matter of the illegal selling of government lands. We will bring an end to this large-scale land scam that is taking place with a tacit understanding that through political connections or otherwise, titles will be forthcoming for land that has been falsely sold. This is tantamount to obtaining a pecuniary advantage by deception, whereby criminal enterprises purport to give permission to build on public and indeed private lands. This is a dangerous happening, and as a country we must be united and take a stand against this pervasive criminal activity stop it from taking root. I also want to advise anyone who may know of any such possible arrangements for illegal transfer of government lands to visit the offices of MOCA and the JCF and make a report. MOCA offers an online platform for which you can make a report, www.moca.gov.jn, if you don't want to call them. Or you can go and visit CTOC and make a complaint. The government is extremely sympathetic to the plight of persons seeking to own their own homes, and we see the great display of ambition. But it cannot be done in the way which they have gone about it. I have directed the SCJ to dialogue with these persons, as they are Jamaican citizens who have displayed, as I've said, great ambition in owning their own homes. I will not here say what the nature of the support will be, but as I've said before, it really depends on their willingness to cooperate with the government and the security forces. Madam Speaker, this matter had to be brought to the Security Council, and the central government had to deal with it because public officers were afraid of losing their lives. Madam Speaker, if this scam to illegally establish a subdivision were allowed to stand, it would have led to a massive land grab in the area, which you are seeing it. You are seeing it, that since 2019, it was moving at a rapid pace. It would have facilitated the enrichment of a criminal network. Madam Speaker, it would have displaced farmers. But worse than that, Madam Speaker, we would have seen the establishment of a community by a criminal. That is the worst thing. That is a threat to the sovereignty of the Jamaican state. And if we can't see this, we are in problem. If we as Jamaicans don't put aside these issues about poverty and access to land and look at this security threat, it is a security threat. That is the foundation of gangs in Haiti and other countries that are suffering from it, when criminal enterprises take over property that they don't own and control areas. I could never allow that to stand. Madam Speaker, everyone who gets land on that property would have gotten it by virtue of a criminal organization assigning it to them. Let that sink in. And what would that say about the sovereignty of the Jamaican state, about the rule of law? To whom would the people in that settlement look to for law and order? How would they get all the amenities and the services? But, Madam Speaker, there's a bigger problem which I ask the well-thinking Jamaican people to walk with me on. So let's say that they were allowed to occupy the lands and people build their houses under the scam that the individual who gave the receipt had the authority to give. How do they get titles now? How do we really convert this into an asset? So there are several routes. One route is for them to perpetrate a fraud. So you could imagine a situation where people in the community start to say to the person who sold them the land, hey, we need a title now, man. And they said, well, the only way to get it is to try and corrupt the system and find some way to falsely give a tax. You see how insidious the problem is? That's one route. The second route is to get political association and influence. Why not say to the political director, hey, look, people have the land long time, we just regularize them. In other words, the criminal association makes the link with the political class to formalize. That is how societies and states break down. So, somebody asks, Prime Minister, why you sacrifice your political capital on this? You don't know what people are going to hate you because, look here, I've been Prime Minister 3 times already. I don't want to leave a legacy where this country descends into disorder and lawlessness. This is not about Andrew Holness' popularity. This is about saving Jamaica for you. So, I hope I've been clear as to why it was necessary for us to take the actions that we have taken. We must clearly establish, Madam Speaker, that no criminal organization, no scammer, no don, no politician can tell anyone to go and occupy land that they do not legally own, whether it is private land or government. Madam Speaker, right across Jamaica, we have been receiving reports of land scams. Mount Edgecombe in St. Anne, Member of Parliament, has been bringing it to my attention and the former Minister of Housing's attention about it. I have you right there, Neesbury Grove and Thetford in St. Catherine, Retirement and Providence in St. James. These are areas in which we have reports on, and we have tasked MOCA and the JCF to investigate these scams and bring to book all those persons. Some of them are known and politically connected, regardless of their political connection, on both sides. In case anybody has any, it's honey and lime. Yes, there's a little spirit in it, yes. We have asked MOCA and the JCF to do a comprehensive investigation on this matter, and I'm asking members of the public to contact MOCA or CETA directly, or you can bring to the attention of the Ministry of Housing or the NLA. Madam Speaker, finally, it is clear that as the government increases its capacity to build houses based on the 70,000 commitment which we have made, we must therefore protect the limited government lands that are available in order to ensure that land prices do not have an oversized impact on housing costs as we build. Just to explain that statement, Madam Speaker, land is often the most significant individual cost, then its development. Government has lands that it can use to make available at lower than market prices for people who really need it. It can do that. But for future development as well. So you can't have all the land just taken up. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, you need expanses of land in the event that you have to take on mega well-planned developments. One of the problems we are experiencing now, Madam Speaker, in central Kingston, for example, is that the lots were divided so small that to acquire them individually one by one doesn't give an incentive for urban renewal. So you need to have expanses of land protected. It's not that we're saying you can't get land, but there's a process. And as we face the issues of climate change, protecting land is even more important. So it is critical that we do this. Madam Speaker, to this end, the government must now actively consider amending the law to equalize the time for adverse possession for state-owned lands which are not crown lands to 60 years. Currently, Madam Speaker, not all state-owned land is crown land. So under the Limitation Act, crown land is protected by 60 years before you can take adverse possession of the land. Now, I want to be clear. The provision of the law for adverse possession is an important provision in the law. We're not seeking to take that out. But for state-owned land, which is not crown land, which is treated the same as private land, given the imperatives that we face, we need to increase the protection of state-owned land to the extent that crown lands are protected. And so we're going to be taking our legal advice. It will be a matter that would have to be publicly debated. I'd have to get a sense as to where the public is. But we would want to do this very quickly. We would have to do it very quickly. Otherwise, we could end up limiting our development potential if we allow our lands to just be arbitrarily taken and used without a process. And when I say our land, the people's land. That is the reality. I close, Madam Speaker, by saying there is an unfortunate and brutal history as it relates to land settlement in Jamaica. A great injustice was done to our forefathers, our forebears. But, Madam Speaker, now we are in charge of our own state. We must chart the course that is going to be fair and just to correct the historical injustices. And we have to do it with urgency. So, whenever I speak, Madam Speaker, I always acknowledge the history because it is important, and I want people to understand that I understand how you feel because you don't have land, and how empowering it is to have land and to have a house, which is why, Madam Speaker, we have put in place a new social housing program. Even if it is one house we are giving away every week, we are dealing with the poorest of the poor. That is why we are redefining how the NHD operates and redirecting the NHD resources into building solutions that are affordable and solutions that are for working class and low income earners. That is why I will come to this House in short order to explain all the things that we have been doing in trying to look at government lands that are available and see which of them we can have placed in a program that will be, I don't want to say too much at this stage, but we are looking to develop a program. As I had announced in my budget presentation, we are on our way with it, that those lands will be made available for housing development, and the cost of the land will not be a part of the sale price of the house. That is as a strategy to keep the prices down. So when the lady at Clifton said to me, yes, you have a bill house, but we can't afford them, I appreciate that, I understand that. We're going to do everything in our powers to make sure that you can afford them. Keeping the price low and giving you access to mortgages that match your income flow. So we're looking at all those avenues. So I want the Jamaican people to keep faith. Keep faith. All right? This is not about depriving you of an opportunity. But the truth is that if you allow the land to be taken arbitrarily and disorderly and lawlessly, we are limiting the development opportunity for all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, may it please you and the House and the listening public.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, if you will acknowledge me. Yeah. Madam Speaker, your usual politeness had prevented you from inserting the standing orders while the Prime Minister was speaking. And of course, it's a matter of
urgency of the situation and the importance.
It's a matter of extreme importance. And the fact that the Prime Minister, in less than a week, has had to return to Parliament means that last week's announcements were not as clear-cut as they were made to be, and many of us, especially those of us who practice law, there was a concern about the process. And in light of the fact that the statement did come from the Prime Minister, there were certain assumptions that were made. And today, as we receive this second statement, I would just like to probe a little. Because last week, what frightened many of us was the fact that you mentioned a criminal enterprise. Because that for us is non-negotiable. We on this side, in the face of criminality, as you had explained last week, would never support that, would never countenance that, and would support a move against that. But, Prime Minister, I don't think that explains, as you're now admitting tacitly, the full picture. And I want to engage you on this issue of squatting. I hate that word, to be quite honest. I hate the word squatting. And you are from a background that no one understands it. Me too. Me too. And sometimes when you probe people, why are you living here? Why don't you try to live there? And you hear the many stories, real earth-shattering, life-changing stories about why people are living on other lands. Why, in the face of criminality elsewhere, they have to flee. And mothers with children fleeing to live somewhere else. And I'm sure every one of us inside here, because this problem is not a Clifton problem. This is a national epidemic. And I want to go where you ended. Because why is there a law dealing with adverse possession? Adverse possession implicitly implies that people are going to be residing on lands that are not theirs. I don't encourage it. I don't think it is a wholesome way to live, but it is our stark reality. It is our stark reality, and people out of desperation do desperate things. And so I was taken aback last week when I saw some of the pictures. The aim last week was for there to be demolition of all the unfinished building. Quite rightly, you have not pursued that, because all unfinished business. Last week, remind me, Prime Minister, and later on you can respond. I wasn't aware, and I'm trying to go back to your presentation, about this reserved area that you've today quite fulsomely explained. So there's some confusion there. But the law of adverse possession implies that due to history, due to extreme poverty, people are going to be in need of land that they don't currently own, and that's the reason why after 12 years and 60, they are able to obtain title on that basis. Now, you have said today that notices were served. I want to understand the process by which the state can go and do a demolition, because I want to ensure that our government acted legally, and you would have gotten advice. I mean, I'm hearing in passing that the basis was that the government can always use self-help to prosecute against people who infringe. And yes, but it's a remedy for individuals and government. But I dare say, Prime Minister, that can't be for a state to see that as an effective remedy for the state, even if you are acknowledging that we are descending into disorder. Prime Minister, we're there a long time. We're there a long time. We're there a long time. So no, but we're there a long time. So don't let Clifton be the example, or yes, the example that you're setting. The point I'm making, Prime Minister, is that when you go about that extreme act of removing structures that have been put up by people, some of them it appears, and you might know more than me, that they didn't know that they were dealing with a criminal enterprise. So on what basis then? On what basis then have you paused? Because you did announce that you have paused. So I am not talking about the criminals. The criminals must be dealt with. They must be locked up. They must be prosecuted. But I'm talking about those persons who would be so desperate for a piece of land that even though you pasted up on the wall a notice, and you've said that there was a meeting, but Prime Minister, I have to ask, were these people at the meeting? It appears not. They weren't there. Were they notified? Right. So those are processes that need to be addressed. And I say so, Madam Speaker, because we are not dealing with one situation. We are dealing with over 700 communities, I gather, and probably more, where you have informal settlement. And you can explain. I know that in at least one of my communities, people were selling land that they ought not to be selling. And yes, no, you have to report it to the police. But again, the people who are doing the selling, those are the people you need to target. Those who are honest persons who are trying to get a piece of land. I don't think those should be the ones who are targeted. And the fact that you yourself are willing now to have discussions, that is quite telling. That is quite telling. And we acknowledge that and we applaud that, because that is where it should have all started. Prime Minister, there are, and Prime Minister, we're having a conversation. I'm asking some questions. I'm not hearing anything else. With respect, Prime Minister, there are some questions that I wish to ask as a follow-up. You have mentioned the possibility, certainly that's what I'm hearing, of negotiating with these people. I'm not talking about criminals. I'm talking about the persons whose homes were destroyed. No, I'm seeking clarification.
Members,
Yes.
there are questions being asked, and we have a very capable speaker in our Prime Minister who will answer the questions. Please, he can.
And I'm going to ask all the questions that I wish to ask. Prime Minister, you, by the disposition this afternoon, by your own words, you have said that people can come with their information, whether they have signed documents, prepared to give a statement. Is it that you are contemplating in relation to those homes that were demolished, any kind of compensation, and compensation can come in both ways, a number of ways. It can come in cash. It can come also in relation to other lands or houses that are being contemplated on the property. Prime Minister, you've mentioned that the area that the demolition has taken place, that land is reserved for agriculture. Can you indicate, yes, but can you indicate if there are any plans, now or in the future, for such lands to be sold, divested? Are there persons of interest who might? I'm going to ask the questions. Right. And I want to probe also, because we don't accept that criminal enterprise must be involved, must be doing and getting away with these things, because justice has to be done on that side too. If people have accepted money or paid money on the basis that they are acquiring land, then what is it that is happening to those persons who are guilty? Have you identified them? Are they being pursued against? So that it doesn't appear as if it is only those persons who can be caught. Those who were desperate are the ones within the reach of the law. Prime Minister, there might be 2 or so more questions I wish to ask, if you can answer those.
Madam Speaker, in response to the House Leader's questions. Firstly, my presentation last week was not as in-depth as the presentation this week. Last week's presentation was to give notice to the public generally before we took action, and to update the public on a matter which they would not have had prior knowledge before. So I accept and understand that the internalization of the information to the public and indeed to the media and to members of Parliament may not have been, immediately and deeply understood. But if you read my presentation, I did say that we would not demolish any structure that is complete. That was said. That we are going to take down the incomplete structures in the agricultural areas. that those houses that have been remaining, allowed to stand, that they should come forward and discuss with us. All of that was said. In either side, the agricultural side or in the reserve side. Now, I did not go into the detail about the reserve area versus the agricultural area. That was pointed out to me by the Member of Parliament, that I should have been a little bit more clearer in distinguishing Clifton from the rest of the areas, though I did say that it was an area adjoining Clifton. So people heard Clifton, not necessarily adjoining, and so the people of Clifton probably felt that they were being targeted, and that was absolutely not the case. All right? We from that time said that we gave notice and we asked people to desist. It continued. We didn't display the notice at that time, but we said it, that we did. One of the challenges that the SEJ will tell you, and other entities, is that when they go to these places, they may not necessarily see people who would come forward and say, it's my structure. So, especially on those incomplete sections of the buildings on the agricultural land, it was difficult to ascertain. But they did put up notices. I am advised by the SEJ that they had 2 meetings with persons from the community. I couldn't say whether or not those were persons from Clifton or persons from the other side. I couldn't say. I'm telling you what I was advised. So it could be that they met with a representative from Clifton regarding the other side. But I'm not going to say exactly what I don't know. So I would give further details as to who they actually met with. But what is important, member, is that all of this has to be investigated. And that is what I've said today, that I've asked MOCA and the JCF to investigate this thing entirely. Because I want to know, is there any government official culpable or complicit? So I'm very reluctant in giving these kinds of specific details, especially when they're going to be investigated. It's not our job to investigate it in Parliament. Right? We debate the issue, but we don't investigate it here. So there are some issues that I really can't go into too much details about. Now, in terms of the legal process, one, we made sure that we protected people, that no one can say they were taken and evicted. Their personal property, meaning their furniture, and were thrown out, or any children were affected. We were very careful with that. These are, notice was given from March, meetings were had, and we only acted last week. So I think, significant time. You're right. The government also considered the security issue. What would happen if we further allow the community to just the informal settlement that was there? I'm not talking about Clifton now. I believe they've called it Casa Banana Crescent or something like that. That road, that to expand. So you could see the trajectory that it would have just overrun the agricultural land. Right? Now, let's just be clear. If you have your land and you go away for 2 weeks and you come back and see something on your land, you have all right to move it. I've shown you the satellite images, Minister, that none of the structures there would be entitled to any protection under the adverse possession law. And you yourself have said, that it's not right, this adverse possession. But it is a part of our jurisprudence, and it is there for a reason. It's there, which we'll have a debate on that elsewhere. But I just want to be clear that the posture has always been, come to us. I said it last week. So those who are in the existing structures, come to us and let us know how you got it, and then we will work something out. I said that last week. I'm not going to say here and preempt what the SCJ can do. As I've said, however, how you are cooperating with us will determine how the SCJ can assist. So, for example, we want you to establish what rights you have to the land. Suppose there was a document issued by some member of I don't want to implicate anybody, but let's say some official issued a document. We want to understand that. Then it goes to your point. Were you really duped? And you genuinely thought that you were in a legitimate process? Or did you just act, expediently in this matter for your own benefit? We want to understand. We want to understand. So there will be some support, but I will not at this point say what it is until we understand your link and claim to the land.
I know my other colleagues would like to. There was one question that you didn't answer, and a further one. You didn't answer whether or not there has been any earmarking of the land for. And while you're on your feet, we note that other communities have been served. I'm told that Loidersville and elsewhere, people have been served, and of course, because of what happened last week, a number of these settlements are in turmoil. What is the government's thinking in terms of the process and more so of engagement?
Sorry, good question, member. So if I were to direct your attention to the screens again, all the areas in green are designated as agricultural land. Now, this is the Bernard Lodge Development Master Plan. This master plan is set. All development in that area is going to be done by the master plan. So this is a set thing, it can't change again. And everything goes according to the master plan. So all of that area is agriculture. People have horse farms there. People have vegetable farms. I believe there may be some animal rearing. I'm not quite sure. But it's all agricultural. When I was leaving Clifton, a gentleman came up to me and said, "Chop in a business about the building business. Prime Minister, the roaming animals, the goat and the cow, them are killed with." He said, next to Pradia last night, that is the worst thing affecting him in the area. So it is an agricultural area. And to rest assured, and I'll say it definitively here, there are some negotiations, some considerations where there are private lands. You don't own those lands. Those are private lands that I can't say whether or not they are looking to change use or do housing in it. But as far as our master planning goes, that is agricultural land, and it is in agricultural use. We do not own all of the land. You will see there some broken lines that indicates some of the land that is privately held. But those lands that are held by SCJ, that we have control over, those will remain agricultural land. Some of it is privately owned, yes. We are, by the way, we have tried and we are still trying to acquire, but we haven't acquired as yet. Oh, no, so I've seen the issue for Loidersville. It is totally coincidental. It has nothing to do with this. The NLA, the HAJ, and other entities of government that hold a register of lands from time to time go about regularizing and rectifying communities that are irregularly settled. So that's just a part of that. There is no coordination at this time to have any mass rectification of irregular settlements. However, it is based upon what has happened, I think it is quite timely that we take a serious look at this. And any engagement like that would obviously have to have enough time public engagement, and we would have to provide the alternatives for people. So I just want that to be clear. Remember, in this area, 15,000 houses will be built. It will be the first community where you have housing and planned agriculture, planned industry, planned urban area, all together in one. Already, there are several thousand houses built in Phoenix Park. You know Phoenix Park there, and 3 developers have started to build. It is going to be a model community when it is finished.
Mr. Speaker, I hope a little bit of latitude will be extended to me beyond the leader of the opposition's business who spoke first on this side. You're threatening me? Mr. Speaker, as was indicated, Mr. Speaker, as was indicated, the area in question, Clifton, is in my constituency of South St. Catherine. I'm not going to go much about the background and history that the Prime Minister covered in his presentation. The whole divestment program to enable persons who worked in the industry for many decades and centuries to eventually own the land where they are living in the whole process of divestment. And that process started really in about 2000 and initially 2006. The certificate of possessions were issued in 2015 by then Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller. And that triggered the formalization of the area in terms of the surveys, the allotting, etc., etc. And I say I won't go over what you spoke about, how the place expanded. Yes, because in fact, the original population in Clifton was smaller at that time, but there were some lands to the southern section that was deemed unfit for agricultural production, and therefore it was incorporated in the new boundary that I saw you put on the map for Clifton. And of course the map reflected how it populated over the period. Prime Minister, the issue is this. Let me make this clear. As was indicated by the leader of opposition business, this member of parliament and us have no support for criminal activity at all. In fact, and also, we believe in a structured development. In fact, in Clifton, that is what I say Clifton. It's called Clifton on the road, but the written name is Clifton, so they are used interchangeably. Clifton community represented those that have been at the bottom in the agricultural sector for years. Those who work on the farms, etc., and pay the lease. That's the background. Now, when we started the regularization exercise with the letters of possession being issued, we spoke about and sought to put in place infrastructure. Now, as you never said, but all the infrastructure that is there, basically the livable one, is through whatever allocation I get and through the councillor for the area, with the level of roads, water supply, etc. Because while the community was set for development, people are living there on a daily basis, and the quality of their lives have to be kept above the minimum. But let me get to the heart of the problem, our issue. And yes, and this is really the heart of it. Having sought to ensure that Clifton develop in a structured way, such as some persons' lots who were interfered with by the boundaries for common areas and roads and so forth, had to be relocated to other areas. While all of that was going on, I saw, and that area you referred to outside the boundary being pegged out and activities seeming to take place there outside the boundary. The fact of the matter, Prime Minister, SCJ knew this all along. SCJ knew it all along. Others told them, I told them, as you said, what is happening there from last year, from it started. SCJ failed to do nothing about it. To the point that I alerted you that SCJ has been failing and continue to fail to do anything where a new community is springing up and I can't speak to it. Because I don't know about it. That's why I go to SCJ, who owns the land. It's their land, they are the government authority, and it's their duty and obligation to act. So I don't want anybody having the notion that there is any complicity, implicit or otherwise, because I reported it to SCJ and repeated it to them again when nothing was happening. That was done. SCJ has the authority to act, and I heard you said, Prime Minister, about being fearful. While that is so, maybe so, SCJ has the organs of the state at its disposal. It has the investigative arms and it has the law enforcement arms at its disposal. It saw the problem emerging and mushrooming and it did nothing. It can't be left to appear as if SCJ was being a diligent superintendent of the lands over there and what was happening. They were not. And their inconsistence, I believe, and I've said it to you, help to compound the problem. Because when one person starts doing something, 2 more, 4 more, and nothing don't happen, it is deemed to be okay. Because the authorities knew. My interest in that, if the authorities are going to be complicit with it, make sure you go and put in the requisite infrastructure to support it. Roads and water and so on. Because if those are not done, it's going to fall on my shoulder as the Member of Parliament. And the question would have asked, what did you do when you saw it emerging? I did my duty to report it. To report it to SCJ and for SCJ to take the requisite appropriate action. Hold on, nobody get into the clapping business. Right? I advised LCG what was evolving there. And as you rightfully said, to compromise Clifton community that we are seeking to regularize and to develop. Not just regularize in terms of ownership, but to develop in terms of putting in quality infrastructure to support decent life in Clifton. I made that representation to SCJ over and over. The council for the area did the same thing. And SCJ failed to act over an extended period of time. We can't dismiss that, Prime Minister. And so it is their failure that bring, if a crisis was made, they help to create a crisis by failing to act. Failing to act. And as I said, and I'll repeat, where fear exists, and I can't tell a man, say, don't fearful. But if you really fear, if you are fearful, there is support and assistance by the state that is available. Did they seek to engage that? No. No. And I dare to say that makes them complicit in what eventually evolved over in that area. That area, let me say openly, and I've said it elsewhere in the media, the persons there are unknown to me. Most of them are unknown to the Citizen Association in Clifton, who leads the discussion with SCJ for the formalization exercise. I personally don't get involved in the process. I facilitate the process with the Citizens Association, comprised of residents who have lived there or their foreparents lived there for years. I give them center stage in the process because they are the true legitimate owners and leaders in that community. They have been the one been engaging with SCJ. You will recall to Prime Minister on Friday when you came, the young lady who led the exercise on behalf of the community made the point that they were surprised because they have enjoyed a very good working relationship with SCJ over the years, up to then. So SCJ had the opportunity to engage them. It is they who have been engaged, as I've come aware of with SCJ, and not the persons who are living in that contended area. So I don't know of any of them who have been engaged with SCJ formally or informally. The question, I just follow the argument that you gave, PM, about the notices. The morning when the demolition started, and I got calls from there to advise me that persons with letters of possession were said to be demolished. That's when I called SCJ and said, how are these people going to allow these people to be affected? Because all persons with letters of possession have been deemed to be ones that are to be beneficiary of the land there. It's on that basis I asked them to cease the demolition in light of that information which came to me on the morning, which I subsequently relayed to you, that caused the suspension of the action. The fact is, Prime Minister, SCJ should have been doing their due diligence and know all who should or could not be affected, whether or not adequate notices were served, etc., etc. They are the executing entity, not the councillor, not the member of parliament. They are the state entity. They are charged with that responsibility. Persons like myself can only make representation to the pertinent body to execute properly in an orderly and structurally way. Yes, I don't support the agricultural lands being arbitrarily used for building houses. But some of them said to me, but MP, why not? The government burn that land and plant houses. So they saw inconsistency there. But beyond the point, it has to be done in a structured way. And that was maintained. So no, that is a fact. Some truths are not comfortable, you know. Some truths are not comfortable. I didn't make up this. It is a matter of fact. So yes, Prime Minister, the issue is whether or not what ought to be done to curtail the disorderly activities there was done or not. And as my colleague said a moment ago, your statement here, as you said on Friday in Clifton, of engagement, it's going to be led by SCJ and the government side, primarily. But quite frankly, I wonder if SCJ should be the main one, because they have been compromising all of this. They have been compromised. When I asked about where was the land for those persons to be relocated, I was told that it was an area along that road you described that was proposed to SCJ, and they had discussions about it. Nothing was finalized. But on the other hand, SCJ earmarked it for one of those areas for demolition, when it was the area for some of the relocation, if not all of them. You mentioned about that strip there that was reserved. Quite frankly, Prime Minister, is the first I'm hearing about that. That strip being reserved for that. SCJ has never communicated such reservation on that strip. All I knew all along is that Clifton ended at the northern boundary, and everything from there is the farmland. I never had no knowledge about that reserve land, because if that was the case, that it was reserved for housing, then you could always entertain discussions about putting more people there, how you go about it, etc. Those would come out in the wash in the discussion. But that is the first I'm hearing about that strip of land being reserved for housing. SCG have never communicated that to me. So when I heard you mention it to me, I said, boy, new things are happening. Right? So as I say, going forward, which we must go forward, right? I believe that some other entity have to get into the mix in moving it forward, because SCJ is significantly compromised. I don't know about other places, but in this one, based on my own knowledge of the antecedents that led to last week. So I just humbly submit that that be considered. And lastly, I want to say, yes, as I said to you, the residents of Clifton, who are all honest working Jamaicans, and you don't tell me one community that don't have criminals in it, even in the most affluent communities that have criminal elements embedded in it for protection and otherwise. The police speak about it, so it's not no secret. But they were offended, as I told you, about the comments being made that the community was either implied, right, that what they were criminal, the community was embracing criminals and being controlled by criminals. They were very, very offended by that. You came on Friday and you spoke to it, and as I said to them subsequently, that is welcome. And they said that they would want you to make an apology for making that inference in Parliament where you did it in the first instance to equalize the prominence of that failure. So, Prime Minister, as I said then on Friday while you were there, and I said here, I have always made myself available to be engaged with the state entity to move the communities in my constituency forward. In the case of Clifton, it's the same thing. And while I have the benefit of being on this subject, because I hear you mention to Prime Minister about the land not for sale, to the land for Clifton persons, the beneficiaries, the land itself wouldn't be sold to them. Yeah, man, yes. Well, okay. No, correct. That's what the Minister Chang said is correct. That the land would not be a part of the price. That's what I meant when I said the land would not be the price. No, but the ones in Clifton were told that by the government prior to you. And I go further, and why I mention it now, because I'm a bit alarmed with another location not too far from there, in Quarry Hill, where the entity HAJ went behind my back and issued letters demanding $1 million from them in 6 months. They have been told to before, and I have reiterated the assurance that the cost of value of the land would not be a part of the monetary settlement. We told them to save money because they have to contribute towards some of the infrastructure development, etc. But the land cost would not be a part of any price that they have to pay. So I just want to make it clear that in the case of Clifton, where the titles are virtually complete to be issued, and I want to iterate, the process for the titling started a long time, right? It is near the completion now. I have been upset with SCG over the years because of how long it has taken from 2015 that the letters of possession were issued, and this is 2022 that we get into that stage, almost 7 years before we get there. But I'm grateful for the fact that we're arriving there. Those are my comments on the matter, Prime Minister.
Sorry, just to clarify some points made by the member, Madam Speaker. When I spoke last week, I indicated that we would, as I said to the leader of opposition business, that we would remove incomplete structures on the agricultural lands. But the entire area would be subject to rectification, meaning this reserved area in addition to the agricultural area, because the reserved area was already planned out. And as I had explained, that it was for decanting, possible removal, and the creation of a buffer. Now, you had explained in your presentation, and to the media that there was a halt or a 48-hour pause. I didn't jump in to clarify at the time because it was a useful intervention. But the truth is, and the real situation is, that we have acted on the structures that we believe we are within our rights to act. And those that are complete or occupied, the persons who are claiming ownership, must come forward. Because I don't believe that someone could go on their land, own the land, see a structure there, and put up a notice, this is an illegal structure, whoever built it, come to me and talk to me about it. Nobody turns up and it just stays there. So there is a process that would have to be engaged. Either you go to the parish councils, the municipal corporations to get an order to demolish, or you go through the courts. So we are going to engage them in that process. And so we have seized the removal of structures for now until we can start this process, meaning who has certificates or some evidence of possession come forward, show us, so then we can make a determination. We will wait for a little while. If we don't see anybody come forward, then we will engage another process to have them removed, to return the agricultural land to its rightful use. And for those in the reserved area that are built out, right, as you say, we also have to protect the residents of Clifton when we start to widen roads and put in infrastructure. So we have to get back some of those lots and divide them properly so that the residents of Clifton can have an area for decanting or relocation if necessary. I just wanted to make that clear. So even though we are not going to be doing any more removal now, no one should take this as an open invitation to go back and build. In fact, what I have said, and you have raised the issue about the speed of response, I have said to the SCJ that they must be monitoring this on a weekly basis. Come back to the National Security Council on a monthly basis and report whether or not there are any new structures. And as we see a new structure, we will move it. As a new structure comes up, we will move it, because we are not going to tolerate an expansion of illegal settlements. And you're right that it is not just the SCJ that have been slow to respond. Many of the other government agencies have been slow to respond. Resource issues, but there is the fear issue as well. But then there is a general sense as what does the government actually believe? What are our policy leaders saying? Or otherwise, what are our politicians saying? Are they saying that this is wrong, or are they winking at it? Are they in tacit agreement with it? And so the civil servants, the public officers, are sometimes conflicted in the sense that they don't really, they know what the law says, but they, what are their bosses saying? And so there's this, ambiguity in the policy realm. That must be clear. I think this debate is giving clarity. Right? Now, I'm not excusing any intransigence or any slothfulness or inefficiency. I'm not excusing that. But I'm also pointing out that there are these factors that are at play. I do agree with you that we can't use the SCJ as a land settlement agency, though it has taken on that role in many respects. And therefore, from a policy point of view, I will have to reflect as to whether or not we can leave it up to them totally. It may be that the SDC has to be brought in along with HAJ and other entities to assist the SCJ in properly settling the community.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Prime Minister, I think for me this has been a sobering kind of discussion. When you raised it last week, a number of things came to mind. I remember asking, I don't know if it was reflected in answer, but I remember saying, but who has given the order? Who is acting? I didn't know what the issues were. And the mere fact that it was wrapped in criminality, was enough to cause me to not to want to pursue, but to say, well, let's see what is happening. Because, as was said, and I'm very pleased that the member clarifies some position, because when you made your presentation, even today, the issue, as I saw it unfold and listened to you, was criminality, rampant criminality, in a situation regarding land and its sale that involve a number of persons. The question for us, and the Member of Parliament made it very clear about his role, and I believe he ought to be commended. I think he acted properly in the circumstance. For us on this side, me personally, and for a number of us on this side, the concern is trying to determine whether a number of these persons are victims twice. Were they victim in the first stage, or were they complicit? And the clear view on that side seemed to be that they are complicit. They may have more information than I do. But shut your face, Mr. Transformational. Stop your noise. Stop your noise. No, you're distracting the conversation. Prime Minister, so I said once the issue of criminality arose, I was cautious because I didn't know a number of things. But as you spoke and as the member spoke, the questions are clear in my mind for me, which is, in the time that SCJ was given information that this was happening and failed to act, would that be time sufficient for unsuspecting members of the public, any number, I'm not saying all, maybe I'm just saying any number, would have thought that this was something that was either sanctioned explicitly or implicitly, and would then become a victim in a process that was ongoing, perhaps a criminal process that was ongoing. I find it significant that the Member of Parliament and this association, and I believe by extension you're saying, that this association, Citizen Association, wasn't aware of that red line, that reserved area. Prime Minister, that for me, the reserved area discussion is very important, because if FCJ, clearly you were advised it would have to come from FCJ that they had this reserved area. The Member of Parliament didn't know, and by implication, the Citizen Association didn't know about this reserved area. The only person with knowledge of that reserved area would be SCJ. And what I'm implying is, if SCJ knows about it, perhaps that's the only way other persons knew about this reserved area. And the question must arise, what role, if any, SCJ have in this information getting out there and people believing that there's additional land for them to either purchase or to have access to. And Prime Minister, I'm saying I have to agree based on what and you know my interest in this whole area. You're aware of my personal interest in some issues in my constituency that I don't want to see repeated in Clifton. And so I want to get it very clear on what basis is the state prepared to act and what those actions are likely to be, and in the interim, what the Member of Parliament does to protect the people that are legitimately in need of protection. All of this is what all of this now brings into question and gets very confusing. And we need to therefore clarify very quickly how it is that the government is going to proceed. There are some divestment policies in place that at least in one instance, and the question that I have posed in this House that needs answering, at least in one instance, there has been clear breach of those policies. So we need to be very, very clear about how we're approaching this. Otherwise, some more of our poor people are going to be victimized, not once, but twice or thrice. And the only question for me, Prime Minister, in all of this is, whether the persons in Clifton are victims or they are complicit in it, and if so, how many of them could be caught up in this. And the last point I wish to make is this. If the state has acted in ways that is not supported by the law, the state open itself to some damages, some legal damages. And so I want to know, because the process that is being engaged in now of questioning, of asking and finding out who, and I hear the thing about notice, and I hear the discussion about whether notice was served or not. But I believe that it's quite possible that the state has legal rights, but act immorally in some situation. I don't understand the question about the state taking. I don't understand the point about the state needing to take self-help in a situation where the state have all the powers, as a member Jackson, as a member from Southeast says, the state has all the apparatus to protect itself and the state's interests. So, Prime Minister, my concern, what I'd like clarification on, is given all that the Parliament has been told today, both from you and from the member, are any of these persons victims twice, or are they complicit? And secondly, for those who are victims, what are their remedies?
Sorry. All right. Madam Speaker, I urge you to bring the classroom back to attention. So, Madam Speaker, the member, my neighbor from Western St. Andrew, raised some questions about whether or not the residents of Clifton were victims twice over. In this conversation, Madam Speaker, we need not even mention the name Clifton. In fact, we could have just had the conversation without mentioning the community Clifton. Because Clifton is an accepted community which is being regularized. There may be 2 or 3 residents, I stand to be corrected by the Member of Parliament for the area, who may be on the reserve land. Right, there may be. I don't know what the status is, and that is why when I spoke last week, and when we acted, we did not touch the reserve area, because we had said, come and speak to us. That's what we had said. Now, so what we're talking about would be lands that have been occupied without the permission of SCJ. There is a contention that some permission may have been given, or some tacit approval given, or some approval tangentially. And all we have said, I said it last week, I said it in my presentation, in the reserved area. Come to us and show us, which is what the Member of Parliament was saying. We're not going to demolish any area, we're giving you 48 hours to come to us. That's what the Member of Parliament said, I think it was last week, Friday, or Thursday, whenever it was. And we continue to maintain that position, come to us. Because it's one thing to have a structure there. It's another thing to have somebody say, I have an interest in that structure. Because it is not the structure that we take to court. It is the interest in that structure that has to be dealt with in the court. Somebody has to come and say, I have an interest, or my interest is being affected. And so we are giving, which is what the business of notice is about. You know. The business of notice is to allow someone to come and say, here, I have an interest. To date, nobody has come. And I'm saying we are giving an opportunity now. Please come again. If you have an interest, let us understand what the nature of your interest is. And we really want to know if there was any approval given by any government authority or any government officer. We would love to know. once that is established, then we will know how to move forward. That's what we have been saying. So the residents of Clifton are not victims in this. We are protecting their rights. I think that their rights have been infringed upon a little bit by those persons who have occupied the lands reserved for relocation. The other point that you raised was who would know about the reserve. So this is a plan that was laid. I don't have the exact date, but you could see that the SCJ went into great lengths to properly survey the property, both the Clifton community and the reserve area. So these are properly surveyed areas. I don't know if at some meeting they were told that there is a reserve area or some informal conversations. I don't know. But it apparently was known by some residents that there was a reserve area. And some residents took it upon themselves to facilitate or have sold or in some way allow people to move on to those areas, right? And which is why we have been very careful not to do any removal work in that area until persons with interest come forward. So which is, and we continue to say, come forward. But that can't go on forever. That can't go on forever.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make it categorically clear that as a member of Parliament, a former councillor, I have never ever been involved in any time or any place or for any reason with criminal elements. I want it to be categorically clear. No, because I know where some of your headspace is coming from. And I also know that some of us is very smiling, but we are totally wrapped up. But Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear that whatever I'm going to say now, and who is, they say that what, cast the first stone? I don't remember the biblical term, but who don't have any sins, cast first stone. But Madam Speaker, I am on the side of the law at all times. At all times. I am on the side of law and order. But, Madam Speaker, I don't want to feel intimidated when I speak about people who are not in a position to speak for themselves. Because there are times when we use this thing about wrapped up with criminals to make you feel as a representative very fearful to speak on behalf of innocent, decent, law-abiding citizens. And I don't want to come in this Parliament and feel intimidated at no time at all. The Prime Minister alluded to the fact that he is from Spanish Town. He was born in Spanish Town. I was born in Spanish Town too, even though I end up in Linstead, but I was born at 5 Waterloo Lane in Spanish Town. Yes. And I have a vested interest in Spanish Town. And it is very ironic that we are speaking about land when we are celebrating Heroes Month. We are talking about people who have fought to get us free and to bring us where we are today. It's unfortunate. But I just want to say, Prime Minister, you know we are from the same place, we are from the same alma mater. But when you look at the face of what took place, it don't look good. it don't look good. And I'm happy that I don't care, you can talk, because I know those things don't scare me. Nothing at all scares me. Madam Speaker, in the face of the public, it don't look good. That demolition that took place don't look good. And I'm asking, first of all, when I was a councillor, I'm just fragmenting everything because I know time is of the essence. But I remembered when we were looking at lands to remove all lands under Commission of Lands, when we said we had parish council lands, and they said no, all lands belongs to the Crown, or it is under Commission of Lands. And I make it clear at that time that we should, if we want to preserve and protect and to make sure that people don't squat, as what we would want to call it, or to have informal settlement. Because, Madam Speaker, if I was to really speak out in here today, a number of us would have realized that we have done some injustice to the poor people of this country. Lands are scarce, and people have to live somewhere. And they can't live in the sea, and they can't live in the rivers. So, Madam Speaker, I make it clear at that time that we should identify the lands that belongs to government. And you can speak all you want to speak, you don't even know what you're talking about. I ask, Madam Speaker, for us to erect signs and to make sure that we identify the lands that belongs to government, so that what took place in Clifton or the reserve area of Clifton would not have occurred. And Madam Speaker, today again I'm calling upon the government to use the opportunity to identify the government lands, to identify where we have green spaces, that we have plans for development, and to make sure that we as a government identify that these land belongs to government, or else we are going to have reoccurrences. Madam Speaker, going forward, I would not want to see another day where bulldozer or whatever is taken, don't care what the circumstances may be, to demolish a home, to demolish a poor person's home, whatever circumstances. Madam Speaker, just protect me, please. I'm asking you for some protection. I am asking you for protection.
Members, on my right, the leader has spoken, even before I did as Speaker. Please allow her to finish and get up.
You don't know what it is. Madam Speaker, I am saying that it's not anybody who can afford Beverly Hills went over to Clifton and bought these lands. I am saying that we need to do all our due diligences. We also need to educate the public, bring more awareness to people so that they will not go into these kind of negotiations or kind of businesses knowing that it is going to end up the way in which Clifton House has ended up. And if you want, I don't care what nobody wants to say, I'm going home when I'm finished, and nobody cannot beat me in here. Madam Speaker, I am saying to you, Madam Speaker, that we need to have clear policies, and we need to empower and educate our people so that they will not do these things that will cause trouble for them. I also want to say to the Prime Minister, I do not know if he had clarified it in part of his presentation when he said that persons who have information for those who have not been demolished as yet, if they have information to show any kind of ownership, that they should come and prepare to give a statement to the police. We have to be very careful, because the very thing that you are trying to prevent, Prime Minister, you have to find a way that it is not publicized, that people will feel comfortable to come and to speak with the authority in order that they too can have justice done and due diligence. It takes its course. Thank you very much.
Sir, Madam Speaker, it's time well spent on this very important matter. My personal view, Madam Speaker, is that Jamaica has advanced a few steps in its development in treating with this matter. I want to take on some points raised by the member who just spoke. Firstly, no houses were demolished. What was removed from the land were incomplete structures. So we didn't have to treat with any matter of occupation or the removal of personal property or eviction. I want to be clear on that. Secondly, I think that the issue of poverty, poor people, and I hate talking about it now because it's, you know, look, what we're trying to do is to lift people out of poverty. The idea is not to, remember, the idea is not to use poor people's state or poverty as a political platform. In other words, what we have suffered from for many years is to look at the people who live in poor circumstances and say that you are in poor circumstances because the government did not provide for you. You are in poor circumstances because the government tried to enforce rules that are, you know, unnecessary given the dire circumstances that you are in. And that is what we call, Madam Speaker, the politics of poverty. And what the politics of poverty does is to keep people poor by refusing to point them to the direction of policies and programs that will lift them out of poverty. Because if you lift them out of poverty and change their values and perspective, they will no longer be your vote and support base. That is the politics of poverty. So if you notice, Madam Speaker, politicians who practice this politics of poverty can never really show how they lift people out of poverty. And that is what has affected Jamaica for decades. If you are really interested in the poor, you know, Madam Speaker, the people in Clifton, they have circumstances that could be considered poor circumstances. But you know what, Madam Speaker? The people in Clifton are going to become property owners. Hold on. They are going to get access to a title. And so there is a legal process that has been engaged. Yes. It has been very slow. But there is a process that has been engaged to get them to that point. And they will have the full protection of the law, whether they are poor or rich. Madam Speaker, I received a call from someone who pointed out to me, I'll tell you the call and you'll see This person had a house in one of our inner city communities. And during the period of political violence, they had to flee the area and they left the house. And she is living in a shack somewhere in another constituency. And she said recently she passed by the house and she cried because she could have had her house, but she had to flee and leave the house. Property rights in this country is not just the interest of rich people. Property rights is everybody's interest. Everybody's interest. And how you acquire property. How you acquire property. That, Madam Speaker, must be protected. It must be lawful. There are many poor people in Jamaica who have been deprived their property. No property rights guaranteed for them. So, Madam Speaker, what we are trying to do is to say, listen, we understand you're ambitious, we understand you're enterprising, but there is a right way to do it. And we want to help you to do it the right way. There is no denial of your rights by virtue of your economic circumstances. In fact, the posture of the government is to give more assistance to those who need it the most. That's what we've been trying to do. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Madam Speaker, the government acted with consideration. We gave notice. I would agree that there was, in my opinion, too long a delay. There are reasons and there are excuses. I do believe that there are areas that need independent investigation. And I believe that those persons who facilitated the illegal occupation and construction on the land, that there should be a serious investigation and they should be brought to book. A member from Western St. Andrew mentioned that there are other communities, I named a few, where this scam of selling land illegally is very active. And I would encourage anyone who has been a victim of the scam to come forward and let us know. Let us work with you to rectify, and let us bring those people who do this to justice to prevent any further situations like this occurring. Madam Speaker, members, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I just take off where you left a while ago, in that you said it was too long a delay. In your presentation to the Parliament, you indicated that if there are any instances where these were occurring, that people should contact the relevant agencies, and you outlined some of them. The challenge, though, sometimes, and they fall within your purview now, that the technocrats need to act much faster, such as issuing stop orders, notices, that sort of thing, because there are instances all over the country where they report it to the office of, say, the NLA, and it takes an inordinately long time for them to issue the notice, and by then you have structures going up which probably, and families living there which probably might end up like another Clifton. But just one question I want to ask the Prime Minister. You indicated on one of the charts there that there were some privately owned land within the Greater Portmore Development Area. The question is, do you know of the 5,000 acres that are there, and of the plus 3,000 plus which are agricultural, how much of that is privately owned?
I could get it.
Because that would somewhat...
It's not a
But based on what was the dotted lines that you indicated there, it was a significant amount, maybe not as much as, say, 30%, but it looked like about 20% of it. And is there a development order to ensure that, even though they're privately owned, is reserved for agriculture?
Madam Speaker, I don't like to give answers to questions that I'm not certain of. I have an idea, but I don't want to give an answer of which I'm not certain, especially when it comes to acreages and so forth. So I will commit to the member to personally write to you, or when I give an update on this, to give the privately held acreage to the Parliament as a detail.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his statement and to thank the members today who made their presentations in the State of Constituency debate. And I would say it's an afternoon well spent. So it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns until tomorrow, Wednesday, October 12, 2022 at 2 p.m.
The question before the House is that the House adjourns until tomorrow at 2 p.m., the 12th of October, when the House will resume its sitting. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The House is now adjourned.